For everybody just tuning in, welcome to Friday night's Mastering or I guess it's not a Friday night. Monty's losing
Wednesday
his mind.
nights.
It's a Wednesday. It's hump day. Monty wishes it was Friday. It's a Wednesday night $100 tournament. I'm your host, MonteXristo. Today I'm joined by my good friend Sqweeby and GeneralSchwartz,
Yo.
a tournament player who's wanting to get a little bit more involved in the competitive scene and has volunteered to join us on the desk, which you too can do by sending myself or Jason Fleurant a DM. And we're all so happy to have you guys here today. Sqweeby, GeneralSchwartz, how are you guys doing today? Are you guys excited to be here? Are you looking forward to some good Runeterra? We have some good players in this tournament.
Really excited to see some spicy lineups, see what people are putting out, man.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong field of players. Davebo coming off of a heater in the last week, right? Winning 2 in a row. So I'm excited to see some top-level Runeterra today.
Yeah, absolutely. We got players like Squallywag, Davebo, Broken Ball. Obi-John has been showing up in the past couple tournaments as well. I believe he top cut the one you won, Sqweeby. Infinipatrons continuously shows up in these tournaments. Also a very strong tournament performer outside of the Mastering Runeterra scene. Luna has been here almost every single day I've seen so far, really committed to improving their gameplay and coming out to play in these tournaments, really enjoying themselves, I guess. And of course we also have players like Jason Fleurant, the boss man himself, and ThePhlebotomist TV joining us. And actually our last two players of the day are Daloreo, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and the Elchelero. So, Elchelero I know played on Shikate, I believe, in the RA, so another tournament player there. Definitely got a good roster of players today. I've seen some interesting decks already. We saw somebody trying to run it back with your lineup. Is that correct, Sqweeby?
I saw Davebo is on the same version of the Tristana Rally, although not running the tenor that I think should be in the deck, still on the Ranger's Resolve. I haven't seen an exact copy. Who is it? Broken Ball is also on the Jace Trundle timelines, so I think there's pieces of my lineup scattered throughout this tournament.
Good to see that your tourney win is making a bit of a splash in the metagame. Some lists are changing, they're altering a little bit. Broken Ball's Tristana list here actually has 3 Nars, which is not something we've seen too much. Maybe gonna have a little bit of trouble activating that Yordles in Arms. I know that's a problem I encounter when I play these more standard versions of the list with the 3 Blastcone Seedlings and the 3 Grandfather Phase. There's just a lot of Ionia and Bandle in the deck, but it's kind of hard to get that Demacia sometimes.
Yeah. He's going to be really leaning hard on that Vandal City Mirror and to draw him the activator for Yordles and Arms, I feel like. Or he's going to need Loping to show up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That multi-region unit off of Loping can pay off huge. Vandal City Mirror, of course, giving you the choice of 3 multi-region units, as well as discounting the next one you play, and the first one each turn following. Super powerful card, and definitely going to be something to look for in that matchup in this deck. And then another player I want to highlight here quickly, because I think they've got a pretty interesting lineup. Bringing back Ari Kennen is Jason Fleurant. The boss man himself is on Ari Kennen Shurima, and this is pretty much the exact same list, except there's now 2 Seinen in here, which I believe was not always standard in these Shurima versions. And then rounding out his lineup, he has Akshan Sivir and Zoe Lee Sin. Bit of an interesting lineup, a bit different than what we've seen lately. Believes in the Ari Kennen. I've seen some screenshots of people putting up ladder results with this. Are you guys believers? Do you think they're on some copium? How do you feel about this deck in the current metagame?
Oh, I feel like there is a strong sense of copium here and longing for days past. I played a lot of Ari Kennen. I was on the Shadow Isles version. I really am curious to see how he's going to deal with swarmier decks. Or even looking at like Ari Lulu, something they can pull. You don't have the luxury of just building those recalls. They Yordles in Arms with, 4 Owlcats. That concussive palm is not going to do you any good.
Deny for the Yordles in Arms is, worth noting. I see M-Tux on ladder right now at rank 6 with the same version, Shurima Overwhelm, Ari Kennen. So, I mean, people are putting up results with it, but just looking at the cards that have been nerfed, like the Wayfinder nerf has to have hit the deck so hard, right? Like now it's just essentially halved in its like effectiveness, and Ari being at 2 health does open you up to a lot more removal. So I think it's probably a tier 2 deck. It has a good matchup into Pantheon, right? So that's kind of what it seems like this lineup is going for here, is like a soft target Panth, but I think it's going to run into more trouble in other matchups more than it would have before.
I think that the matchups that it was bad into, it is now worse. Looking at spiders, looking at even pirates. I don't want to be looking down an aggressive burn deck with this right now. Personally, when I ran this last seasonals, I put a Tasty Fey Folk in, and I feel like that was my saving grace in more than one match. I'm also not sure what I think about Fey Blade Twirler, but I also haven't played the deck in a while, so we'll see if it pans out for him.
It pairs well with the Absolver, because you can stack it up pretty high and use it as a finisher. It could have that into the Yia decks. Like, if you're able to build up a Blade Twirler high enough and then you go for an Absolver, they may not have an answer for it. I'm pretty curious to see the performance here, and I think other players will be taking notes because there were a lot of Ari Kennen players last meta, and it's kind of died down. So maybe this could usher in the return if this puts up results this tournament.
Excellent points, gentlemen, but we do have the bracket underway, and the first games are already going, so I was hoping we could get into Davebo versus Infinipatrons for our round 1 match. Do you have either of those players for us, GeneralSchwartz?
I have got Davebo, and I can go ahead and pull that up now.
Let me jump right into Infinipatrons then. And what is our first matchup here? It looks like it's going to be some Demacia into Darkness? Do I have that right? I do indeed. And it's Davebo's signature Jace Lux to start off the day. The People's Champ with the People's deck. How do you guys feel about this deck? Are you guys enjoyers of some Jace Lux gameplay?
Yeah, it's quite refreshing to see it being played. I got bodied by it playing Tree into Davebo. Davebo won 2 of the RA tournaments, the Master and Runeterra $100 dailies last week with it, and continues to bring it. So obviously they're seeing value in the deck, and are putting up results with it. So I think it's cool to see these sort of more fringe meta decks seeing success in these tournaments.
I always love to see pet decks make a splash. I'm a big fan, as you know, Sqweeby. I always have a pet deck of my own every season. So love to see Davebo finding success with this deck. GeneralSchwartz, did you have some comments?
Oh, I was just going to say, I was curious about the drag with the Broadwing. I guess he's just looking to use mana. I was curious about the sharp side on the Broadwing to kill the Stilted Robemaker. But I think it's a fun deck. It's an interesting concept, and it's nice to see Lux finally find a home again. I feel like she was adrift for quite a while before she landed here.
Yeah, definitely. Lux was struggling a little bit. She had her little bit of a moment with Demacia Shellfolk and that Poppy Lux deck, but then Shellfolk got nerfed, Poppy got nerfed. That deck kind of disappeared off the face of the earth, and it is good to see her come back. As for that pull, I did think it was a little bit interesting, but I think Davebo is just trying to make use of the resources available to him in his hand. It looks like he is struggling to find a win condition without a Jace, without a Lux. This hand is going to peter out pretty quickly, so wants to keep this board clear so that way his 4 Demacia and his back-to-backs can actually connect and do some work.
Could also be thinking down the line, those Forge workers that are, consistently found in the deck are 3/3s, so they wouldn't trade too well into the Robe Maker.
Fair enough.
Very true, and actually I should turn my game sounds back on for our stream here, so that way they don't have to sit in complete silence while we're not talking, because we can't fill every single moment, although I certainly will do my best.
This hand is looking pretty jank right now on the side of Davebo. I mean, these buffs are cool. We have a little bit of a board, but if we lose any amount of this board, which Darkness is pretty good at doing, taking away your units from you, these buffs are going to feel pretty terrible.
What do you think about the Pokey Stick versus the wall up there? Because the Pokey Stick would save your Vigar, and then you have a stun later against a Jace or a for Demaciate board.
I think there's some consideration to that, maybe because we don't have a way to heal Vigar, we don't want to put it within, like, Mystic Shot range or something like that.
Or get hit with the single.
Yeah.
His hand out. You know, make him spend the mana for a concerted or a buff hand.
Yeah, there are 2 Mystic Shots being run, so maybe some future planning in that line.
You also have the Ruination as kind of an oh shit button right now. It is sitting there available in the hand from the side Infinipatrons, so maybe the fast speed stun not so valuable when your opponent has to play a slow speed spell, allowing you to respond with your own.
Fair enough.
The hand from Infinipatrons right here is just extremely solid. We have the Senna, the Ruination, like you mentioned, a lot of pings to remove the very few units right now being presented from Davebo. So this is going to definitely be an uphill battle from this point for the Jace Lux.
Now, if you're Davebo, do you invest to save this? I mean, you don't have it. You don't know if you're going to draw any more units here, and those 4 Demacias are just going to sit. And there's the back-to-back.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to. I wonder if it's... Well, yeah, I guess you want to get use of the actual attack buff instead of putting it onto the Broadwing. Nice, and here comes the single coming down.
I like that this sets up the kill onto the Vagar as well. So, Davebo definitely has a bit of a clunky hand here, but as we already touched on, he is doing whatever he can to make it work and allow these units to connect to the face.
Now, looking ahead to next turn, do you just, you know your opponent is going to have mana, unless he drops something else now, your opponent's going to have mana up for Ruination.
I'm going to take a look at how many Ruinations are being run in the deck. I think a lot of other tournament players are of the mindset that if there's only one, it doesn't exist. But there are 2 in Infinipatrons deck, so it does exist, and is a very real threat this turn. Davebo just full sending it. Doesn't really have many other options this turn based on the hand. Here we go. We're going all in with this play, and Infinipatrons can respond.
Oh, no, he's just going to drop the Rope Maker. All right.
Yeah, honestly doesn't even have to commit it yet. Can let Davebo use this next for Demacia as well. Like, your board's not really threatened here. If you go pass into the next action, you develop your Senna, you can ping off most of the units, your Darkness has already been charged up. You can also just pass again, and then just let them cast this second for Demacia that you know is there and respond with your Ruination. Although, given Davebo is a pretty good player, so he's probably not going to fall for that trap.
And we do see the Broadwing falling there, so now going down to just 2 units on board. Now shooting in the Black Spear, just putting Davebo down to 1 unit on board, although they are even on hand state right now, which is worth noting.
Miscall is a great pickup there.
Oh man, and a 1-mana Darkness is spooky.
What is that damage looking like on Darkness, Monty?
Let me take a peek at that for us. It is 5. That's 5 damage Darkness. That's been stacked up quite a bit over the course of this game. We did see 2 swings off of Catalyzers over the past 2 turns, I believe. And then we saw Vagar on the board for a couple turns as well. So,
now
go right ahead.
My question is are we gonna see a concerted strike onto the Senna? And it looks like we are. That miscall is going to be brutal.
Yeah, quite the blowout in this situation. And unfortunately, Davebo really has no other options. Is really playing this hand the best he can. Doesn't have a choice.
You got to do the best you can with the brick, man. Oh, that's got to hurt, though.
Yeah, that miscall top deck is just extremely strong for Infinipatrons, getting yet another Darkness at 5. Oof.
Yeah, and the whole board here just going to be cleared down. Infinipatrons can full swing. Whatever this goes to block. Doesn't block. Wants to try and save some semblance of a unit. I'm a little bit surprised not to see that darkness come out and just clear off the board.
Maybe he's thinking for a Lux or a Jace that's dropped.
We always have a Vengeance for those, though, so I'm just... Maybe just wants it there as a backup. Perhaps this Vagar is actually leveled as well at this point. Yeah, that's why.
Oh, yeah.
That's why. Just wants to start sending him face. Is quite low on HP. 8 HP left. Needs to conserve these a little bit to be able to send them face as soon as possible.
I think Dave has to back this. I mean, of course, that won't even save it because it's just +3. Because he's got the darkness up too.
Yeah, and there's the second ruination.
Yeah.
I do like the rally as a one-of in Davebo's list. I think it's quite cheeky and kind of double dips on the 4 Demacia in the same way that Yia is running rally now. But in this sort of board state, it really looks like a dead card. When you're not able to maintain a board, it's not doing too much for you. And we see the Senna level here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame that we missed the early game of this match because I would have liked to see how these players got to this position. Surely didn't spiral down out of nowhere. Infinipatrons being at 8 HP, Davebo must have had quite the strong opener.
Yeah. You know, like we were talking about prior to the stream, talking about Pantheon and how, just being spell heavy, you can get those brick tans, Oh, and it is looking like this will be game.
Yeah, Vagar.
Arrows for the win. Let's see. Swing for the fences.
And we found Burn, but it's just not going to be enough with this Vagar hitting the board. Senna enabling that darkness to be fast speed. Davebo is looking pretty dead to me.
And there's the surrender.
GG's come out, back-to-back comes out. Davebo says, look, I'm bricked. Haha, rally.
This is definitely the correct line of play here from Davebo.
I have to agree with you, Sqweebs. There's no better option. You can't do anything else with this turn.
Well played, Infinipatrons. Pretty much from the whole time we were watching that match, was just in full control of the board, had all the answers they needed, played them in a timely manner. A very clean game from the darkness side.
Yeah, it comes back to that darkness turn. Should we have perhaps reset the board with it that turn? The darkness was kind of dead after that. Yeah, we did make a good use of the rest of the hand, but was it almost better just to use the more clunky resource and then reset up the board afterwards? I'm not sure.
I think that when your opponent is lower on resources and they've got a board, they've got a deck that is dependent on having units on board, you clear it when you can safely.
Definitely.
I like this Mystic Shot here. No mana for protection on the auction.
That hurts.
Who would you guys be giving the advantage to in this matchup, Jace Lux versus what is this, Auction Nar?
I think it has to be. Given that, let me check. I am producing. Yeah, it is Auction Nar. I think it's got to be Jace Lux, but given the hand that we see coming out of Infinipatrons, I think I have to give it to him in this position. Although maybe a slight misplay there with the ping.
Card that I would like to see played in Davebo's deck, although they've obviously played a ton more Jace Lux than I have, is I'm just scared whenever I see a Radiant Guardian in this list. I think it provides some get you back into the game that you may need, and especially into a situation like this where we're staring down a double Ruin Runner and the Flame Spitter. It's going to be really hard to recover any points of HP.
Yeah, I think I was playing an older version with a couple Radiant Guardians in it, and it was definitely a good card on the list. Maybe not quite so necessary in the current metagame, but with all the Swarm decks running around, Tough is pretty valuable as a keyword. Might not be the worst inclusion.
No, it's super good into Yia.
Even looking at like Swain, like the Swain Nar or the Tribeam decks that are starting to run Flock or Scorched Earth, if you make it to where they have to do more than ping you to kill your unit, it makes life a lot more difficult.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Forge Worker's going to come out here from the side of Davebo, work towards that Jace level up condition. Does have 3 of them in hand. Lots of Shock Blasts, potentially. A lot of burn.
See the Ruin Runner coming down as well. Definitely won't be blocking with it. Oh, but the Challenger coming down to take out the Ruin Runner is such a punish here.
Yeah, and there's just no way to save it. Even a double buff won't do it.
No, couldn't you commit both? One of the Absolver and the Shaped to make it live?
Oh, I guess you could. Yeah.
That's a lot, though. You're giving up, like, all your resources to keep it at 1 HP. Yeah, Infinity deciding that's not worth it. I just need to bank on the second one being able to close out the game.
Yeah, well played by Davebo to hold that Challenger back to the last action of the turn. Little plays like that, little decisions like that can mean the difference between getting a Ruin Runner or getting killed by one.
Now, here you want to drop the Akshan and try and get that Warlords going?
Yeah, I think you probably have to start committing towards this. You don't have a whole lot of other options. Infinipatrons disagrees.
I was going to say, you can't really commit this because, there's no, papercraft or anything. You're not going to be able to safely swing with it. But maybe we're trying to pop Warlords on our next attack token.
I think you could have more... because you want to pop Absolver as well. You have a decently, at least safe attack with Akshan and Shapestone, and they'd have to commit, that kind of shuts down anything anyways.
Yeah, it certainly does. Luck's coming out.
Looking like a real powerhouse here, huh, Monty?
Yeah, a little bit. With the barrier, there's a 3-5. Kind of just stops the 6-3 in its tracks. And now for Demacia going to come down. Rite of Negation, of course, is available. Infinipatron's sweating, though.
Yeah, and that means you don't have that Rite of Negation for things like Concerted Strike, double combat, singles or something to remove this Ruin Runner. If I'm on Davebo's side, I know if I can remove this Ruin Runner, I've got the game in the bag. There's not a lot of other ways for this deck to win outside of Papercraft on Ruin Runner at this point.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see him drop that Thermo Beam and pop the Spell Shield for 2 mana here.
Most likely.
I like that play a lot.
The other option is, because he can't deal with it at fast speed, he can just use the single combat and the Combobulator at the same time to transform it into something else, and that'll work. But I do like the idea of using the Thermo Beam to try taking out either the Spell Shield or the Akshan.
I'd be worried trying to kill the Akshan with it, just because there's got to, you're looking at your opponent, you've got to think he's got a pump spell in there somewhere.
Getting pump spells out on their defensive turn, though, I think is a little more fine. Although now that we see the Flame Spitter coming down, I think it just makes you have to prioritize the Ruin Runner even more.
Does it? You still have that fast speed answer.
Yeah, it's a lot of mana, but they can't do it. They can't do anything about it. And he's going for the. It looks like, from my view, he's going for that Thermo Beam, or at least considering it.
There are 3 Rite of Negation, though, in the deck. So if we're going for a double fast speed answer, we might have to be worried about another Rite of Negation.
Okay.
So I don't hate removing the Spell Shield here. So at least you can present one fast spell and the second one after.
Yeah, I don't mind that either. That is definitely a consideration. Through Rite of Negation, a lot of denies to be playing.
That's so many.
Looks like Davebo agrees.
Yep, I like this line. Given that it's 3, I think if it's only 1, maybe even 2, I kind of like your line more, Monty. But 3 is just you should be playing around it if you have the luxury.
Now, if you have your choice... Oh, there it is. Oh.
Rewarded.
We'll see if Davebo sequences correctly. That's what it's going to come down to this turn.
Now, my question is, do you commit the single they may be expecting a single combat, so you commit that first and make them buff, and then go for Combobulator?
This is a tricky turn, right? You almost want to... We obviously can't do what we want. What you want to do is you want to use the Combobulator on the Ruin Runner and then single combat the unit that's under it into the Akshan, right? To kill the Akshan that way. And that way you're dealing with both threats at the same time. But that's not going to work out, obviously.
Right. I mean, and I think that Infinipatrons is going to have to show lethal here. What's that? That's 16. Yep. Okay, and there's lethal there.
Going to -1.
Now, do you just block with your Pharaohs and make him pump it more?
I think you
Second right is just so strong right here.
Oh no. Oh no.
It all comes down to what unit this is put on. I mean, you should be putting it on the 3/3 in the back line, right?
I think so.
Just because that's not being interacted with. It's really unfortunate none of our units have 4 attack here.
But I think you need to just press OK here. Because you're not dying, right? You get him to commit more mana, and then you respond with your answer.
I think this is fine as well, because the only thing that stops this line is right? You're not going to, like, die from this position, because they have to right here.
And he has to commit right first.
Second right comes down, of course.
Yeah, seeing the power of 3, I mean, in a lot of matchups, I got to imagine it's pretty clunky, but maybe just on this, like, all-in strategy, it's, you know, it's saving us from opportunities like this, where we would otherwise be getting blown out.
Yeah, Infinipatrons... Sorry, go right ahead.
Go ahead. I was just trying to think of, you know, if you're facing into more of those controlling decks and seeing, like, burst speed, Minimorph, you know, how much you're really going to want that Red of Negation, but...
I think Minimorph has been falling out of the meta a little bit lately. Decks are coming down on the numbers of them. Darkness is usually only playing 1 or 2 copies now. Bandletree only playing 1 or 2 copies now. So
Wallop is really, like, taking a lot of the shine out of Minimorph because it just does it cheaper, and it's sort of the same thing with, like, Stress Defense, which started taking over Minimorph's spot a little bit. Like, 6 mana is so much to commit.
Wallop also has an offensive option for a lot of decks, so it's a little bit of a better choice. But even outside of that, this deck kind of relies on spell shields to dodge those control matchups and make it tricky for control decks to remove its units. And as a result of that, Minimorph doesn't matter quite as much to it. Also, attach units aren't affected by Minimorph, so you can always pump an Absolver over it. This deck actually doesn't care about Minimorph that much.
Interesting to see the Shock Blast just go in face. Oh,
I like it.
And that's game.
Yeah, this is lethal, right? Like, there's nothing Infinipatrons can do here. This is going to level the Jace, level the Lux. We're going to get a laser here, and then that's just going to get fired off, and the Open Swing can still come out at that point. So,
I mean,
wow. Seeing the real power here of, like, both champs on board being combined, that, like, 6 spell breakpoint, just, like, so strong when you have both of the engines on board. We saw what it looks like last game when you have neither of the engines on board. Doesn't look quite as strong, but here Davebo really showcasing just the true power of this deck.
Now, I am curious, you know, like, if you're going to hit one of the units anyways, would you not want to take the Ruin Runner off the board?
it's got less HP for this laser.
Oh, that's fair. No, that's right. And that makes it a exact lethal with the laser. Because you can only go face with laser if there are no opposing units on board.
That's correct, and that is something I learned recently.
He saves himself from lethal for a turn, but I don't think this Conchella just is going to make it home.
Oh, he's still very dead.
Yeah, we still have the attack token. So
yeah, I'm a little bit surprised not to see the second portion come out, just to save that extra 1 HP, and then be able to proc this and actually take a look at what our actions are, but can't really tap out, I guess, if you do.
Wow, third Rite of Negation being drawn. Would have been nice to have when the Shock Blast came down.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, we're going to see Davebo take it down for the second round.
Game 3 to start the day. I couldn't ask for a better set. It's been super exciting getting to see the Jace Lux twice, and then, of course, from the other side, we saw some pretty cool decks as well. Darkness. And this is Akshan Nardek, which has fallen out of meta a little bit, but Infinipatrons still believing in it, clearly.
It's interesting to see them paired together. It's definitely not a lineup I would think about, like, them working together in this way, but... The third deck being Pantheon in Infini's lineup. So maybe it's just a bring 3 decks you're comfortable on and that are strong sort of lineup.
Yeah. It definitely seems that way.
Which is a solid choice. I mean, all 3 of these decks really strong in their own right. And Infinipatrons going head-to-head with the back-to-back MR champ of Davebo.
So here's a very interesting decision point from Infinipatrons. Do you put down the Akshan and let it die to the Broadwing, or do you pass? Infinipatrons says, I'm going to pass. You can take this 2-1 if you want it. You can take my mana if you want it. I'm playing Akshan.
I kind of think I would have liked to see a pass out of Davebo here and then try to get the Akshan played. Mm-hmm. You don't need to play it necessarily. You can still bank full mana. You do have spells to make use of. I really like trying to go for the big brain line there.
No, I agree with you, because I feel like delaying him putting down the Akshan even a turn can make a huge difference. You know, delaying the popping of that Warlord's Horde. Let's see what he pulls off with the Fae.
Also, if you keep Broadwing at 3 HP, and then even if Akshan swings with a single attack buff, you know, you could play the Ranger's Resolve and block with 3 and have Ranger's Resolve on it, so... I don't hate that line either, although this board is looking quite good here. The problem that we have right now on Davebo's side as a Yia Rally enthusiast is, like, where are our token generators? We don't have units that make more units in our hand. That's what I want to be seeing. So, I mean, Pokestick is good to draw into them. This Rally could come in handy for sure. I kind of wish this Ranger's Resolve was a Grandfather Fae or a Mayor or some other card.
Yeah, we've cut down on the number of Rangers Resolves now, right? We're only playing one, I think.
We cut it out.
Oh,
I think you can play one if you want to, and I think it's like maybe better in tournament than it is in ladder, just because like there's not still like a ton of go wide removal happening outside of like Ruination and stuff. But I don't like running 2 at all, and I think you just want more units.
No, I hear you. I don't think it does a lot because a lot of your units are low HP and they're low value, right? So
yeah, you don't care if they die. Unless your whole board dies, it's not ideal. Like in the mirror, if you have a full board versus a full board and you play a Rangers, it's really strong. You keep yours, they lose theirs.
But not always.
A
lot of your units are X1s, or they have higher attack values than HP values, because ideally you're playing out your Grandfather phase, which are going to buff everything else up first, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it gets a lot of value. I agree with you.
Yeah, we haven't been able to play it yet, but we do see Gnar coming in handy here to like clean out this Akshan, which is great for us.
I mean, seeing that, I mean, if he drops the Shaped Stone, I mean, I could see like a Shaped Stone, you know, return Wallop, and then a Rite of Negation, and Gnar's just dead. I mean, I guess you also have your Sharp Sight to pump up your Gnar, but be interesting to see, and swapping it out.
Interesting.
I like that.
Why not just take the damage?
You could also take the damage. I mean, you're scared of like a Papercraft or Rune Runner, right? Keeping HP as high as you can with no healing is probably fine. But you don't have any other units, so maybe you do need to prioritize that Broadwing a bit more.
Yeah.
You're kind of behind, like, you're under the HP threshold for that kill, right? You're already at below 18, and that's kind of, like, what you need to stay above if you want to avoid that OTK.
I mean, and you almost have to hold on to your Pokestick, I mean, I guess to enable the wallop onto them, but even then you have to worry about them just negating it.
Just gonna go ahead and remove this spell shield here.
I will say, like, overwhelmed decks like this are they are hard for Yia to deal with. Obviously, your units don't have high health, and they're on like a bunch of denies, so you're not often getting the Yia off. But like, just the way we drew this turn or this game, and I'm not sure what the mulligan looked like, but we're not hitting unit generators. This game should already be pretty much over if we want to win from Davebo's side.
He kept Gnar in his opening hand, which I honestly am not always thrilled to see Gnar in my hand, especially if I don't, have my grandfather Fae or those, those constant, value generators in my hand to support it. Because I want to flood that board with cheap, high-attack units and smash their face.
I think it's okay to keep Gnar when you have token on 4, which he does this turn. But I agree that it would be a decision that you would make at the time of the mulligan when you see, hey, I already have some pretty okay cards. I can afford to keep this.
Yeah.
And deny the only option for Infinipatrons here. Gonna actually slow down this turn from Davebo, and also slow down his own win condition.
Which is great for Davebo here. I mean, I know it sucks to have your rally denied, but now he doesn't have to worry as much about his wallop.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna get an action next turn after this Papercraft Dragon is played to be able to wallop offensively. Doesn't even have to wait till the token, so he can know if there's a deny coming out. Might instead choose to develop the Tryst here.
Yeah, and there's the attach. I mean, you can just deny this immediately for free, and you also know he's under deny mana here. So you could wait and let him use the attack token, although I don't think there's really much benefit either way.
You maybe get him to commit some buffs.
Yeah.
If you wait, you put up a blocker, you're like, haha.
This is why I'm wondering if we should be main decking Wallop in the rally version. It's just so good. Like, if we didn't have Gnar on board and Gnar in second hand, like the second Gnar in hand, we lose here.
We
auto lose.
He's hoping to draw too.
If we had one or two more overwhelm units, I think a main deck Wallop could make a lot of sense, but with just Gnar, it's an expensive slot, you know?
You might be right, yeah. It's definitely like a tournament tech.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Infinipatrons is looking a little dead on this next turn.
Yeah, a little dead for sure here. Telescope
gonna
come
finally
down.
we're able to flood.
I hope, please God, let him hit and drop the Riptide.
Gnar is flipping. That's a throwback.
Oh yes, let's go.
I would use Sharpsight here.
Nah,
I would use Sharpsight there.
What's the point? Save it. Push damage.
You could have. When else would you cast Rangers?
Yeah,
like,
the Rangers make sense there. This Rangers is dead otherwise.
Oh yeah, wait. Why didn't we use Rangers?
I don't know.
What else?
I guess wanted to keep Sharpsight for this turn, but I don't think it matters too much at this point what we do. This deck from Infinipatrons doesn't have a lot of options to respond to an open attack, especially one as strong as this, and we of course can see that Davebo does also have the Riptide Rex in hand. Throwback card. I don't know if you remember this, Sqweeby. Did you even play during Rising Tides? But that guy was a menace.
I did. I loved it. Loved Riptide. Big fan. We can even go back to old Riptide. I don't think it would be too busted.
Yeah.
With Rite of Negation in the game, honestly.
Please, based Ruben Zoo, rebuff Riptide Rex. That's all I ask. He did nothing wrong. And the Chi-Chi's coming out. Infinipatrons going down in a super tight set. Super close, 2-1 for Davebo there.
I feel like that was really strong play from both players there. I mean, there were some clunky hands from both sides, but just seeing how they navigate that, it was really impressed.
Yeah, I feel like it came down to a deck diff there at the end, like Akshan Nar dropping 2 games, and I would think that Akshan Nar is supposed to be favored into Yia. So the fact that that deck dropped both games is maybe a chink in the armor there for Infinipatrons lineup.
I do not have a broken ball.
That is all right. We're just going to go with one hand. I believe this is the last set in this series, or maybe not the last game in this series, but the last set in the round is what I did mean to say there. So we'll just go with one hand, round out this round, and then we'll see how Mr. Fleurant can keep up into this Gnarless Gnarlines deck.
Are you showing?
Not Gnarlines, though. We're on the Jace lines, baby.
Yeah, I said it was Gnarless. Didn't you like my alliteration?
Oh, Gnarless. Wait, I thought it was Gnarlist.
No. Gnarless Gnarlines. It's alliteration.
Good. You got me with it. You got me with it.
I'm doing my best here. Got to keep it entertaining. We do see Jason committing the second half of the Absolver to the Akshan here. Wants to take out that 2-3 for some reason. Guess it's going to be the only spot he can actually push some damage. This Sivir's never getting through that Trundle.
Don't want us going deep in the Jace Trundle list. Definitely a good line to take there.
Do you guys think that he could... I mean, I guess there's the possibility of Buried in Ice, but do you think we could see... Oh, well, never mind. I was going to say, look at a For Demacia rally.
Pokey Stick? Mystic Shot.
Oh, Mystic Shot. And running the full set of Mystic Shot in Broken Ball's deck of 3. So, obviously paying off there. But this Akshan swing back is going to push a lot of damage. And there are no Tavern Keepers in the list for Broken Ball. So it's going to be near impossible to heal this damage up.
Yeah, this rally was super critical for Jason at that point. Needed to pop the landmark before this turn 8 so that way it's not obliterated by the It That Stares. This matchup is one I've actually played quite a bit because Sivir Akshan's resurging on ladder, and of course I've been playing a ton of Gnarlines. And it is actually not that bad of a matchup for Gnarlines. You just kind of stall out the game, you pop the Sivir Spell Shield, and once again you hit him with the Buried in Ice, and it's the classic way to do in Demacia that I've talked so much about. Also, you could be a gamer like Broken Ball here and hit the Wrath of the Freljord, nullifying the opponent's blockers completely.
This is just like the win condition this deck always has in its back pocket, and you never know when it's going to crop up. But this new 8-drop that was added is just giga busted in timelines, as we're seeing right here.
Do you drop the Bruiser, or I don't even know what to do from Jason's side of this. It just looks.
I mean,
painful.
we should draw first, right? Or either create the 5/2 as a blocker, but it's not going to stop that much damage because these are overwhelms.
I think it's buff champions and give them Spell Shield and then play Bruiser and then we still have Rally, maybe?
Oh, no, that was the Horde.
That sounds really bad. Yeah. It is just draw 2 from Jason's side. That's what he decides to do here. So now it's got to be that Bruiser. Otherwise, we are looking a little bit dead here.
And what I'm just curious what else. I wish we could see Ball's hand. I'm curious what else he's got or what else he's going to drop.
Yeah, I think I was going to say you could For Demacia here to essentially create 2 blockers.
Yep.
And then you play the Bruiser. I like the sequencing from Jason because otherwise, there could be a chance that there's a freeze or something that comes down on the Bruiser and then you're just taking a bunch of damage immediately.
Yeah. You still have the Absolver and Sharpside in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, an Akshan's just dead. Do you take the damage from Trundle? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of burn in that timeline stack.
There's not.
This version is only on 3 Mystic. You can find burn from Pharos in the form of like Shock Blasts and stuff, but outside of these Mystics, there isn't burn being run. Original lists were running like that Aftershock and a Get Excited.
I only have 4 pieces of burn. 1 Aftershock, 1 Get Excited, 2 Mystics. I think I'm on 3 Mystics. I don't remember my current list exactly, but there's not a ton of burn. The main way you're going to find it is through that Pharaoh's Financier in manifesting a Shock Blast, of course.
Just plays the drag.
I like this.
It'd be great if we had more units on Broken Ball's side this turn. That's kind of what we want, is pushing max damage.
And Jason faced with a decision yet again here. Can opt to rally on the Akshan now. Does instead choose to just play out that Bruiser. Another Baboon.
Oh, and then...
This is dead.
Yep, that's looking like...
It has to be, right? We're pulling away the highest health one.
Oh, yeah, he's got the vulnerable on Akshan.
Super edge.
Oh, the Pharaohs following it up just to make extra sure.
Yep, and
Tapped
now
out on Jason's side.
Trundle's even going to get one bigger. No way home for Jason. Unfortunately, couldn't find the W in this matchup. It is a bad one. I can say with confidence that this is a good matchup for Trundle Timelines, even if it is on a scuffed Jace version.
How many more times does this deck have to win before you say it's not scuffed, Monty?
It's just not my deck. That's why it's scuffed. You know that. Come on. Come on. No, the deck...
Jace dropping up, though. Like, Jason the Lux list, Jason the Trundle list. Maybe we were all sort of, like, sleeping on Jace a little too much. I know there was experimentation with Heimer when he came out and stuff, but really feels like he's starting to find his place in a meta.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Jace has definitely been slept on a little bit. Even, I remember I won that tournament, that LPP tournament, then Jason had me on the Master Runeterra podcast, and we were talking about it, because Jace had just come out, we were talking a little about, at that point, how Vi felt kind of outclassed at that point, because Jace was just 1 mana cheaper, even if he didn't have Tough, even if he didn't get to 10 HP, even if he didn't win you a game the same way Vi does. Just having a 4 mana 4/4 challenger in the metagame was so valuable at that time, and we're kind of seeing that again right now, with Tristana being a super powerful 3-drop, with Gnar being a super powerful 4-drop. A 4/4 challenger
always comes to mind to me as well,
yeah.
Right? A 1/4 is just so nice to kill with Jace.
Definitely. So I think with that, the first round is probably just about over. And we'll see if Greg can get us the second round happening pretty soon. Just going to take a peek at our bracket here. Maybe we have one more game going. I know I saw the Elchelero add me, and I accepted, but I don't see him on. Am I trolling? Okay.
What's the last set?
Obijan versus the Elchelero is maybe still ongoing.
I've got Obijan. Oh, no, it looks like they're done. Obijan is out.
Yeah, so just waiting on the bracket to update. But yeah, that was a really exciting way to start off this broadcast. I'm super thrilled to be here with you guys. Do you guys have any comments about those matches? How did you feel going into that?
Honestly, I thought it could have, after that first game, I thought it could still go either way. Nothing really to add other than what we've already said. Just strong players playing strong games. Really excited to see if Patrons can claw his way back into the top cut.
Yeah, X1s, I believe, will still have probably no chance. I actually don't know how this bracket's going to go down, so I'm going to look it up for you guys. In the meantime, have you guys had a chance to look through the deck list sheet beyond that initial glimpse, and is there anything that sticks out to you?
Let's take a look at some players we haven't seen on the cast yet and try to theory some matchups that may be happening. I'm looking at the Phlebotomist's lineup right here. We have Zoe, Diana, Veiled Temple with a Ruination. It's full Targon except for one Ruination with one of Paddlestar. This deck looks sick. I definitely want to watch this and see if Veiled Temple still has any home in competitive Runeterra. Paired with Sivir Akshan, pretty standard list, and then followed up with the Teemo Tristana Gnar Rally Yia list. Running the Bandle Commandos, cutting down on a Seedling. I like this list a bit more on the one of Ranger's Resolve. So this looks pretty clean, but pairing it with the Zoe Diana Targon Ruination deck is quite interesting.
A spicy deck.
Yeah, it sounds really exciting. I would love to get that on stream. We'll definitely look to get into the Phlebotomist game next round if it's an option for us here. While you guys were finding that excellent deck, I did manage to dig up the top cut record. We are doing a 4 rounds into a top cut, four-person top cut. That means that 2.5 people will go 3-1, half a person will go 4-0, and 3.8 people will go 2-2. So what that actually means is one person will go 4-0, 2 people will go 3-1, and then one person at 2-2 will make cutoff.
Okay.
Yeah, I can count. 1 + 2 + 1 is 4. There's your top
nice
cut.
Monty.
Wow, we did it, guys. The eye has really ruined me. The Oracle's eye. I was playing Hearthstone for the first time the other day, because Pat told me that Quest Hunter is really fun, and it's like this not intricate, but it's this solitaire combo deck that exists in the game right now, and I kind of enjoy those. And I had to do math to count out my lethal, because the way this deck works is, if you've never played Hearthstone, every hero has a hero power, and that costs 2 mana to use. This deck, the first stage lets you use the Hunter hero power, which normally does 2 damage to face on units. The second stage reduces the cost to 0. The third stage gives you a unit, which when played, lets you reset your hero power every time you play a spell. So you want to use your hero power, clear the board, kill the face, just combo out your turn by resetting your hero power. And I was like, well, I don't think I'm going to die here. I just left the unit on the board and I just started going face. And I was like, shit, I don't actually have enough damage to kill him. And of course, there's no interaction in Hearthstone, so I hit the end turn round, and then the next turn he just kills me because I decided to leave that unit on the board. And I was like, God damn it, Riot. This is your fault. The Eye did this to me. Monty of 2018 would have counted it out. He was a Hearthstone player. He was not as good at card games.
Chat, I hope you all enjoyed that Hearthstone tutorial.
We've got Daloreo and ThePhlebotomist up.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get into that.
Let's check that out, that match out.
Does not look... Unfortunately, I do not have...
I'm going to go ahead and try adding them, because we can do that. That is something we're capable of.
Daloreo is on Akshan Renekton, which Seku was telling me about a bit. It's also running Papercraft in the Rune Runner package. It's got a 1 of Friendship. But people have been really favoring this over the Sivir version, just because obviously Renekton comes with the Overwhelm keyword. So this should be interesting to see how this deck performs. It's paired with Talia Malphite, which Roji would be happy to see. And then the third list. What do you guys think the third list is in this lineup?
I have no idea.
Would Narlux be on the list of your guesses?
No, Narlux Shellfolk is not something that was on the list of my guesses, but it is a deck that is on my radar, because I was asking what deck guides need writing, and Herco actually pointed out Narlux is a deck that exists. So I was taking a look at some deck lists. Let me just pull this one up and see how it compares to the ones I saw. Do you have any?
It is on the 2 of Radiant Guardian, which I like a lot, because you are running 3 Shellfolk, and you need to stay alive to be able to play Shellfolk. It's running the Mini Morph card that the General is so scared of. It's on 2 Concerted Strikes, 2 singles, full set of Sharp Sights, obviously Trinket Trade. So it sort of looks like the Lux Shellfolk's decks that were popping up at the end of, I think, last meta, thanks to Cephalopod. This deck does have Broad Wing, though, to its benefit, which the older deck did not.
And
I was just going to say that this deck looks pretty much the same as the ones I was taking a peek at. The Radiant Guardians are a bit of a different tech, but I do like that, as Sqweeby pointed out. Excellent into the metagame right now. A lot of phase swarmy stuff, so tough, very valuable. And it does look like I have had my friend request accepted by the Phlebotomist, and by the other gentleman, Daloreo, maybe not.
Yeah, it's enabled. I tried adding Daloreo, and I did not get through. So it may be...
They may just be AFK, because it does not look like the Phlebotomist is in a game just yet. While we're waiting for that to go down, let's see if there's another matchup we can get into, because I don't want to let the stream wait too long.
Yeah.
Elchelero versus Squallywag, maybe. Jason versus Obi-John. Broken Ball.
I've got Obi, and
where is Mr. Fleurant? They're not in a game yet either, it looks like.
So looks like everybody's just getting ready, maybe in the banning phase, so we're only imminently a minute or two from the second round. Again, we'll be running 4 open rounds and then going into that top cut. So after this, we'll be halfway through the open.
We could get Davebo on stream again, but I feel like we give him not too much showtime. Can never give him too much showtime. He's a swell guy, deserves all the love that he does get, but would like to showcase everybody as much as we can, so we'll maybe hold off on that set for now. Hopefully somebody...
It looks like they're just now in game. We've also got Luna or Squally. Let's see. We've also got Elchelero and Squally, if you want to pull that one.
I have Elchelero, if you can jump into Squally for me.
Absolutely.
Great. Let's get into this game. This should be a good set here.
Get the deck list for it.
When this happens, Monty, do you know if it's an error or is it just they haven't started yet?
I usually assume that it's they're in the ban phase, and then if it lasts more than a minute or two, then I get sussy. But usually it's over in a minute, and then it's just okay.
So it looks like Squallywag is running 2 Yuumi, 1 Taric in his Pantheon deck. I'd actually been considering that, trying to get more value, and double drawing Yuumi just in most matchups just feels god-awful.
Yeah, it does. It feels really bad. Even in the aggro matchups where you can get value out of the 1 damage ping, you'd almost rather have any other card in your deck.
Yeah. And I do so enjoy the 1 of Chain Vest. I am a Chain Vest enjoyer. I love having this card in your deck because I, in more games than one, have had a chained goat go off and get me the win.
And looks like we are getting into this game. First match, I see Elchelero on Bandle Shurima, and that's a couple of the arsenal. What have we gotten ourselves into here?
Looks like the Talia deck will be making an appearance here on the Elchelero side, and this is Yuumi Pantheon from Squallywag. So how do you guys think this matchup plays out?
Having played it, it really it can be a little snowbally. I mean, once they drop down that arsenal, if he's got enough keywords, you're gonna have a rough time.
It's a bit. Go for it, Monty.
I was gonna say I'm not a believer in this Talia Ziggs deck. I'm a Talia believer, but I do not believe in this deck. I don't think it's very good at all. I don't really like that we didn't play out our 3-drop here. Often that gets in for free because your opponent doesn't want to block it because they don't want to enable your win condition. So I don't really know why we're holding this mana either. Not a big fan of the play sequencing that is going on in this spot here.
I guess now we play out the 3... Oh, we're going for Preservarium draw instead.
The problem is next turn, you're going to this... Saga Seeker's going to be able to attack for free. I mean, if he wants to take the open. Or you can drop Goat and start getting some gems.
I would have maybe liked to see the Minefield come down there. We do have the Burst Speed activator for the second proc, but looks like we're going to get rewarded because we're still opting not to play it.
Minefield. Interesting. Are we trying to save it for a Pantheon, I guess, later down the road? Or just to deny a Yuumi level later?
You know, I'm not sure. I would rather just slow down the Yuumi at the start because there's a lot of things that can go go wrong in this spot, right? There could be cataclysms, there could be rallies, there just could be a lot of things, and stopping that first trigger, especially when you have a burst speed activator in hand for it down the line, can be really valuable. Jace, or not Jace, Ziggs picked up here from the side of Elchelero. Desert Naturalist instead gonna come out here, activating the sarcophagus, generating a rock bear.
Now we have a lot of units. That feels good.
Okay, now we could see the minefield come down, maybe? Offensive minefield, I dig it. Maybe. You still don't really want to be attacking to that Pantheon, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it really hurts to, I mean, especially if they have any pump spells in hand, they're going to kill anything that you're attacking into, and you don't have the ability to activate the minefield a second time.
Not this turn, anyways. But yeah, you're going to lose your 2-5 attack units here. Oh, okay. Squally gonna respect Pokey Stick.
I like it.
What? Let's see. Looks like the Pantheon is 3 of 5 currently.
We're not going to be dead this turn because there's no Zenith Blade, right, to give that 7-8 overwhelm. So we are going to be able to get another swing in here. Maybe even be able to play our arsenal defensively before the Pantheon swings. But that might be a little too hopium.
And the thing is, he hasn't triggered... I don't think he's destroyed enough landmarks to really get enough keywords to make the arsenal worth it. The times that you pop off with arsenal, you've played your, you know, oh man, the 3 mana burst summon. Right. Totally blanking on the name of the card here.
Oh, Unraveled Earth. That's the one you're looking for.
Yeah, like... And I think you're really wanting, especially in this matchup, you want to see those Unraveled Earths or your Rock Hopper early, because this Pantheon deck is so reliant on getting tall. You know, you want to be able to drag and make advantageous trades, or just smash face using your smaller units to drag it out of the way.
I completely agree with you, and it looks like we're going to get 2 stuns potentially on this turn. Ziggs is going to level up as well.
No other units right now in the hand of Squallywag, although we did find the Zenith Blade to shorten the clock a little bit on this game.
Now, my question is, do you override one of your landmarks to be able to save the burst stun?
Oh.
I kind of like that play. You don't really need the vulnerable landmark.
It doesn't make a difference either way, right? I guess the only time it makes a difference is when it's exactly in this spot where there's a second Pantheon available. Maybe they don't use the Pantheon spell after the first stun. If you just open with landmark, right? Maybe they're not expecting.
Or a Cataclysm, right?
Yeah. The only thing that worried me is the Cataclysm. But it looks like this Pantheon will be set to burst level next round.
I don't think it's going to matter, though, because Ziggs is leveled this round. And Pantheon is stunned, so Elchelero should just have lethal here.
The Ziggs did get stunned out, though, and we do have one blocker. So...
Absolver available.
Absolver might be able to finish it out, though. Oh, yeah. This looks pretty done.
Yeah. Game 1.
If you have a strike, you're dead.
Game 1 in the bag for Elchelero. Excellent showing for the deck that I was kind of talking down at the start of this game. Still not a huge fan of this Talia Ziggs deck. I'm still not sold on it, but maybe getting a little bit more respect for the deck and the archetype after watching it take down Pantheon so easily, actually, to be honest. Of course, Squallywag didn't have the best draw, not finding the Zenith Blades until just now, but multiple Pantheons and a Yumi. Not a
terrible draw. Yeah, it's like a decent draw overall, I would say.
It's just so painful into a lot of these matchups if you don't get your Zenith Blade going.
Yeah, it is really tough.
I mean, in any deck that can, honestly can stun your units, losing an attack token hurts as Pantheon.
So now we are saying, is this Riven Fizz being played?
It does look that way.
So we are on 3 of Papercraft, a 1 of Whirling Death, triple Might, triple Elixir of Wrath, and a Gleaming Lantern, although...
I don't really know why that's in this deck.
There are 0 phase in the deck.
Only Papercraft.
Papercraft, true, yeah. I guess it's just for Papercraft faster.
I mean, if you're playing it on turn 3, if you drop your Lantern on 3, still the earliest you're going to play it is 4. And I don't know if you're really looking to drop it that quick.
I guess you're looking to set it up on your defensive turn, so then you get a strong open. So
Yeah.
I could see it, but I mean, it's obviously not too important if you're only running 1 Lantern.
Right.
Yeah. I think the Lantern's probably just in there as an extra, as a 40th card, you know? Didn't know what else to put in.
I do like the Sharp Sight keep from Squally. You know, the only way you're going to really be able to safely interact with that Fizz and block it is with Sharp Sight, but with those 3 copies of Might in there, it may not matter. He may be hunting for that Hush.
Yeah, but you know what? This is gonna hurt. This is gonna threaten to take out the Riven. Of course, Sharpened Resolve is probably the best pickup you could find in this spot. Though Squallywag will, of course, be able to re-up with the Sharp Sights that we were talking about. Oh no!
Sure.
That's
man.
You gotta wait. You gotta hit OK. You gotta wait. Now they can respond in multiple different ways. They have lots of options. Let the action through. You're gonna get the token back after hitting OK the first time. Then you can see what happens.
I almost wonder if it would have been better. I mean, I guess here you trade even, but
We're also like out of units though now on Squallywag's side.
Yeah,
you do have to do that, but I mean, if we're not drawing into units here, this is feeling pretty bad. We drew into Yuumi. Really don't want to be playing that without an attach. Might feel priced into it though, although is it just dying if it's being played? I guess we follow it up with a Sharp Sight.
I think we have to. Not a whole lot of other options. Let's just take a peek at what this fragment is. It is the Overwhelm one, so not going to keep Fizz alive under the pressure of this Sharp Sight from the Yuumi, but still pushing 6 damage here, setting Squallywag to 10. Good start from Elchelero.
I don't agree with that at all. I feel like, especially if you're going to commit the Sharp, there we go. Kill that Fizz.
Yeah, this looks good. That was the Wallop picked up off of a conch, or was that picked up off of a trinket trade?
I think it's main deck. It is just main deck Wallop.
Oh. I don't see that in the list.
Well, there is...
I don't think I really see that in the list. Talk to Crick. I'll talk to Crick.
Yeah, that is maybe an error in the deck code.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, it's really good here.
It is.
I mean, I guess you have to thin their field, but losing your... I mean, if you lose your Yuumi here, you are in a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, you really can't afford to lose this Yuumi, but she's also not exactly a great win condition for you when she's not supporting another unit. This is a really bad spot for Squallywag. Pantheon has kind of forsaken him today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the only thing you can really hope for is that, you know, since she does grow each turn, she's at least... Oh, but that 4/4 double impact.
Flower Child finds Assistant Librarian or Quick Quill. Other options kind of do. Quick Quill actually looks pretty damn good with this 4/4 though.
Yeah, Quick Quill, I'm never taking it, but in this spot, looks pretty strong. We do see the rally coming down from Squallywag. What is that Yuumi sitting up? Of course, here we do see the secret Wallop tech coming through to stop this rally.
The Squallywag looking at the deck list spreadsheet right now, going,
It's my time.
I mean, I guess you have to go for the single combat here. Do you, double sing. I mean, if he has anything to pop your spell shield. I don't know if Conch always shows created, does it?
I think all cards are supposed to show that they're created, but you know what? I'm just gonna check the YouTube stream real quickly because we can rewind to the start.
I'll do it. I got it.
Okay. Sqweeby's gonna take a look at that real quick.
I'm the one who made the accusation, so let me clean it up.
We'll figure it. We'll figure this one out real quick. But no, it looks like that's another one top decked. So.
Okay, I don't think much lets you top deck.
Yeah, I don't think you can top deck it. We just saw one top decked, so. Well, unfortunately for Elchelero, this game is gonna have to be null and void here. I think. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it up to the judges. We're not the judges, but this is some excellent Legends of Runeterra being played. Perhaps Riff and Fizz is going to do a little bit better when you have cards that your opponent doesn't know are in your deck. A little bit surprised.
Maybe if the Wallop wasn't played, maybe it could have slid. But we'll see. It is looking very strongly in Elchelero's side right here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised not to see the Wallop come down last turn just to enable the
okay,
Reckoner
here comes
attack.
The next Wallop coming in. Really paying off here. It's going to allow us to be able to present lethal, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, yep, there it is. I mean, I would imagine that makes that whole set void.
Judge's decision, not our call.
Yeah, we'll see. We're just casting the games, and Detective Sqweeby is on the beat. I'm on the lookout for cards that are being top decked. I may not keep track of all the created madness happening, but if it comes from your deck, you can betcha I'm double checking that.
All right. While that's being done, while Greg's handling all that was a great first set to jump into. We are just going to leave that off because the players believe they're done as of now. And with that, we're going to jump into Daloreo versus the Phlebotomist, hopefully trying to get a glimpse at that Temple deck. But unfortunately, it is just Tristana Rally into Akshan Nar for the time being. Sorry, Renekton Akshan.
And I've got Daloreo up here.
Thank you very much, my friend.
So, progressing into this game, we are seeing a 20 versus a 2 HP. Daloreo definitely on the back foot here versus the Fey Swarm. And this board is looking wide. Grandfather Fey warms my heart to see in hand. Definitely a balanced card, Riot. You don't need to do anything to Grandfather Fey. Perfectly fine as it is. Just creating these Owlcats, as you can see, buffing them up. We have a 3-1 on board, and just the stacks of attack that Grandfather Fey is able to generate are quite strong. Although is this a double attack Overwhelm Akshan here, presenting lethal?
Yeah, it is. I don't think that there's anything the Phlebotomist can do. Daloreo finds the combo, is able to set it up, gets the Akshan stabilized. 2 HP, all you need to win the game is what he says there. So we do
really well done.
Yeah, we do see that swinging. We actually don't know what game in the series that is. My numbers here are wrong because production is scuffed because this is a Monty stream and it's a Monty classic. But we know Daloreo did indeed take that one game at the very least, and it looks like we are going into game 2, perhaps game 3. We're not sure, but we are going to see some Talia Malphite. That we are sure of.
Oh man.
And Talia Malphite playing into this Fey Rally deck. I do give the edge to the Fey Rally deck. I've played it a few times here. I want to be kicking I actually kick Mayor in these spots. Maybe that's not correct, but I'm looking for Lantern. Mayor is a bit too slow in this deck. It's great if you don't have unit generators, but if you already have a Grandfather Fey, your game plan is in effect, and I don't really want to be playing Mayor, although you can follow it up with playing the Owlcat for free on 3, so it's not the worst thing in the world either. We definitely want to find Yia, as we already have 3 out of the 4 regions in hand.
And just to update the stream on the little bit of controversy from that last set, there is no penalty being issued to Elchelero. He did try to edit the list earlier in the day. The data didn't update before Greg was able to pull the spreadsheet, so Greg doesn't feel it's fair to issue a penalty in that spot. And you know what? I would agree. I think that's a reasonable ruling, especially for a paid entry tournament. So well done by Greg to do the best that he can with these unfortunate situations.
It was caught pretty early into the tournament, too. This is only round 2, so players going forward from here should know, and I'm sure the deck list will have that reflected in it.
Speaking back to what you were talking about, keeping Mayor in the opening hand, I agree. I feel like, I'm not wanting to play Mayor on 3 most of the time, and honestly, I want to see him later, and it's more as a piece to allow me to finish off my Yordles and Arms, or find that late game win condition, whether I'm dropping, the 6 mana, Snubtooth Summoner, or even just another Fey that I can discount with my Lantern. That the 7 mana, 4 impact, is a little sus, but when you make it 4 mana, it's pretty good.
I don't think it's sus at all, actually. I think it's often one of the better picks. Especially in these mid to late game scenarios, after you've gotten in and activated it, just having an impact on a stick, or decimate on a stick, is really good in a lot of spots. I would even maybe consider taking it here. I think the Messenger takes a little bit more priority because you do just want to be able to get that cycle in. Drawing through your deck is a little bit more important, but it looks kind of decent as an option.
I mean, yeah, and if you can get it activated, and especially if you can get it discounted, it's a solid card. I mean, that 4 impact is huge.
Yeah, we also already have a lot of early game plays that we can be doing, so finding some top end for later in the game is definitely not a bad thing to do.
Curious what he took there.
Yeah, and Pokestick gonna come out here.
I like this play a lot. What you want to be doing is just removing blockers. Your opponent's decks, unless they're the same Bandle Swarm, they're never going to have as many units as you. So using your spells to remove their units, often a good call, especially when they're as a healthy 20 HP opponent. You don't need to be going for that chip damage at this point.
Yeah, super safe too, especially given that Talia Malphite's no longer playing multiple copies of the Absolver or Shapestone at all, ever since that nerf came through. That buff really not worth it in a deck that is super tight for slots. So, the Absolver using your only copy to save a 3-1, not super worth it. That Pokestick's pretty much always going to get through from the side of the Phlebotomist. Good on him to identify that. And an interesting manifest here. Aloof, Grandfather Fey, Bomber Twins.
I like the Aloof pick. When they find Malphite, it's actually quite hard for your deck to deal with it. That stun spell could spell disaster for you, so often that is what you're going to be hitting with the Aloof, and it does just give you a little bit more breathing room in that late game to be able to find lethal.
I mean, it also gives you the P&Z hit, makes it a little easier to hit to finish out your Yordles.
Yeah, as drawing you one closer towards that Yordles, because we don't have it quite in hand just yet. And Open Pass coming up from the side of Daloreo.
Now, I am curious, with when you play this, what it prioritizes when you have multiple cards that are the same cost.
Completely random. There is no priority whatsoever, it just picks one randomly.
Alright, so it's just heart of the cards then.
Yep. Yeah, you really gotta believe that it's gonna discard the one you want it to. And in this case, Daloreo is gonna feel pretty good about that discard because he has a second Magus in hand already.
Mm-hmm.
I like going for the Buster Shot here. I mean, you're not going to be able to remove like that many other high priority targets with it. You could bank it for next turn. There's no real need to do it now, but I do like the idea of shooting it at a unit. I think we want to be full swinging here too, right? We have a lot of favorable trades. We definitely could be swinging with those chips.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I guess you're saying, hey, block these and make a landmark for me, or let me do the damage.
Yeah, maintaining blockers is important on Daloreo's side, but we do have the right in negation to be able to stop a Yia, so I think swinging with them was fine there. We do see the Malphite being picked up. It did dodge the Aloof Traveler's discard. That's gotta feel good for Daloreo.
Yeah, that Malphite definitely going to be a threat. Unfortunately, can't come down to contest the Tristana this turn, but as you said, Sqweeby, that unstoppable force might spell disaster for the Phlebotomist.
Unfortunately, the Malphite is only at 3 out of 10 on the mana for landmarks. He is a little ways from leveling.
Oh, no.
Wow, I'm not used to seeing that.
Yeah, very unit-heavy draw here from Daloreo, and of course the Phlebotomist smartly not killing off the 3/3s.
I mean, and the Sarcophagus is only 1 mana, so even if he summons both of them and doubles one with the Talia, it's not going to get him there.
Is Talia leveled after the Sarcophagus?
No, that's only 2. She's at 2 of 5.
Okay, no, she will. If both of these trade off and she comes down, she'll level, right?
Oh, right. She'll
go to 4 from the trades and then 5 from her ability.
I kind of like double Buster Shotting and then full swinging. Still on that same game plan of just removing blockers and pushing a lot of damage. Although if we do hold the Buster Shots, we could kill a Talia here. What would you guys be doing in this spot?
I like killing him. I like your double Buster Shot line.
Yeah, I would be shooting the other one here.
Yeah, I don't see a point in holding the one. What are we keeping this mana for at this point?
There's nothing like that is really important that has a 3 health breakpoint aside from the units that are on board right now. So unless you're able to get some damage on Talia and finish her off with this Buster Shot, I think shooting a chip is the most work you're going to do here. Otherwise, it is double trading. We are going to send the Pokey Stick into it. That's the line I would like to see taken, I think.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I really would have liked to see the block onto... I mean, I guess you got to keep blockers up, but I kind of would have liked to see the block onto the unit that has impact to keep it from doing that extra point of burn on you.
Yeah, I think taking the free block might have been a little bit greedy. I wouldn't have mind locking up our board with landmarks here, just because they do need to count down at some point, and this 3/3 isn't doing a whole lot for our board. So, it's kind of even. I don't value this attack very much, and we would have had a level Talia here instead, which would always be attacking for free. I really don't like the no block. It just seems like a misguided decision, maybe.
Yeah.
Alternatively, last turn, we could have held both Buster Shots and just, jammed the rally. It may have been met with a Nopify, though.
And he's going to get punished heavily here with this Ranger's Resolve.
Yeah, this Rangers is coming in clutch. I may need to put one of it back in the deck. It is... you want protection for Trist. Having that is just such a huge... advantage on our side here. We do have 2 more multi-region cards, potentially more if we pop the Face Sprout, and getting these impacts is huge. Going for the... Oh, I like the barrier play. I think this is the best reason to keep Seedling in the deck. It just makes your opponent's attacks feel really, really bad. You don't need to greet it here with the double impact. You're already getting a lot of those. We see the Malphite come down here 5 wide versus... actually 6 wide versus 4 wide now, huh?
And the Malphite doesn't even matter anymore. If you try and... Just as far as trying to block and kill out Tristana, she's already at 10 attack, a single buff or another...
The Phlebotomist
Sequencing here matter too much, but yeah, you do want to Buster Shot a 5-3 and then Rally. I think looks super clean.
You could Buster Shot the Malphite instead, and then Rally with the barrier on something that is not Tristana. That would prevent Malphite from blocking Tristana and free trading her. That might be okay. Instead, just going to decide to overwrite the Mare instead.
We will be pushing a ton of damage this turn, followed by a really strong open next turn. We did have the option to play that, or pick that 4 impact unit. Might have been good to see for this next turn, but we may be able to just close it out regardless.
I think you got to drop the Rally this turn just to avoid. Nope, and there it is.
Yeah, and I like this, just protecting the biggest unit that you have outside of Tristana, which doesn't need any protection of her own, given that she now has 12 attack and can't be blocked by that Malphite.
Do you attack with the Elchelero? I mean, I guess you just... I guess why not?
Yeah, just send it.
You can attack with the Grandfather Fae, too.
Yeah.
Like, when you're this wide and you have more in hand, it's just always getting through for free there. If they're blocking it, they're taking extra damage. You don't need to hold it back here. You don't have other Faes in hand. So it's not the biggest misplay in the world, but we are missing 1 damage here. Does that matter?
I think we have Impact 3 on Trist, and we have an Impact 1 Seedling on the board, and a Teemo with 2 attack and Impact. So
doesn't matter.
We're still winning.
That is interesting, seeing the Talia level off that attack.
Yeah, now she can get in for 10 damage here, and I would imagine you can... Yeah, this is an option too. This is going to take 2 of the rocks.
That Rangers was all doing work.
Yeah, it really does do quite a bit of work into the Talia ability. And this open attack is lethal, of course, does have the option to develop as well. Some scary things can happen if you do go for that, though.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to. The impact alone will kill him.
Well, the reason is that even if they kill one of your units, the rest of your units are still going to have impact and be able to kill them. And the only thing that you're developing is also going to have impact and be able to kill them. So I don't think it really matters too much either way in that position. I might have actually I might have sat on that and ended up developing anyways, just because, well, the game's ending that turn. But
and the opponent doesn't have attack tokens, so you don't even have to worry. You don't have to worry about Malphite stun.
Yep.
It's only like Ground Slam, really, is like the main punish.
Which is fast speed, anyways.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is game 3, so that means that was game 1 that we got into right at the start there, and we are going to see a Sqweeby.
Let's
is
go.
This the temple deck?
Essentially, mono Targon with 1 Ruination, running Veiled Temple. I don't know if this deck has ever existed outside of this tournament. Like, when you're splashing SI, you're often splashing Atrocity.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you splash a 1 of Ruination. Like, usually it was a Sky's Descent, but this list with the Temple and all Targon might be a first for competitive Runeterra.
This is a throwback list for sure. As you said, Sqweebs, this idea has been around with the Atrocity Splash. I remember watching What Am I kill people with, what's that space dragon? The Great Beyond into Atro.
Great Beyond, yeah.
Great Beyond into Atro was a classic of the Targon metagame, and has since disappeared with the Temple nerfs. You don't see that too much anymore.
But that deck didn't even run Temple. Like,
it did.
Like that, it did run Temple?
Yeah, when Temple was good, you played Diana.
Oh, when it Temple, okay, yeah. But never with Ruination and no Atrocity.
Yeah,
so it's like just very different.
There was like maybe 1 copy of Ruination, depending on the metagame that you were kind of floating through.
Just the amount of tempo, like especially with the health buff that used to give, Veiled Temple was a menace.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's going to discard that extra copy, given...
And did actually choose to pick up a stun here.
I like it. You're going to be able to tempo out some damage. I like the Comet pick as well. Just going to be able to obliterate a Malphite. They would need to have Deny backup for that. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this deck works without Atro. It feels like there are maybe some other cards that could be cut. A Paddle Star or a 1 of Spell Thief, maybe, just so you can put it in. It's such a nice finisher to have, instead of just going full-on into the Invoke package.
Yeah. I think the Phlebotomist has curated this deck very intentionally. So, I think this is, when it comes to decks like these, I think building them yourself and like knowing what's in them and just kind of having them as your pet deck is a lot more important than playing the optimal list. Playing your list is where you want to be for sure. And with this, we are going to have the option to proc the Temple if we choose. Can choose to heal face and get some mana back here. Right, if the Arcane just going to come out right away to deal with this Zoe, doesn't even want to consider letting it live. Says, I already got my free draw of the Talia, I don't need this Preservarium as well, I'm just going to sack it over the mana. With Malphite in hand already, I think that makes a lot of sense. If you didn't already have the Malphite or something to play towards in that endgame, it's often worth it to just discard the mana, to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, and we do see the second Zoe being picked up here. That will have to be dealt with. We see a Ground Slam in the hand. It's a fairly heavy hand on Daloreo's side, but that's kind of what you want into these Targon piles. 2 Comets going to be able to take out 2 key threats, but we do not have a lot of refill on the side of the Phlebotomist. These double Hushes not looking too hot. The Crescent Strike can buy us some time, though.
Yeah, the Double Hush definitely... Actually, the Double Hush is going to let you unstun your own units. So, that's
true.
That's a benefit to them. Also, hushing Talia can matter sometimes. And, of course, this Magus is going to give Daloreo's champions Overwhelm pretty soon.
He just needs one more landmark destroyed, and he's there.
A bit different from last game, where we saw Malphite played with like 4 or 5 mana out of 10. Now we're seeing a much more normal curve that you would want to see with this deck, being able to activate the landmarks quite quickly.
And second, Talia being played to generate a Saltspire there. That's really what you want to be seeing. Ideally, you're going to be duplicating those with Talia herself, but can't always have that.
I might have liked to see a swing first with Zoe to maybe see if mana was committed to tap under Deny.
Mm-hmm.
But is this list on Quicksand?
I don't think so.
No, it is not. Pokestick only.
Can't be on Pokestick.
Oh, sorry, that's the Talia Ziggs. Yeah, no, not Pokestick.
Do you take the Ground Slam to stop the Zoe, or I guess you really need to get your Saltspire counting here?
Yeah, I think you really do need to commit to the Saltspire. The Zoe can be dealt with pretty easily later. I don't think this deck is running too much protection. It would need double, triple Pale Cascade to actually do the thing. Okay, and we do actually have another update about Elchelero's situation. Greg has reconsidered and has given a game loss, so they are remaking Game 3. We may get into that after this one if it is still ongoing. Lots of Runeterra action for you guys to watch tonight. I'm super excited to continue bringing you guys a wonderful show, and I hope you're all enjoying.
So sorry.
No apologies necessary. What were you going to say, my friend?
I was going to say, it looks like his Malphite is leveled now, so going into the next turn, he can have that unstoppable force, and he has got some big bodies on the board. And now with having the Overwhelm on it, this is looking a little spooky.
Yeah, this is looking a little spooky. We're a little too spell heavy in this spot, although
I do think that stun is going to come in clutch.
Saving the Zoe here, no Ground Slam available, so we are going to be able to stack Zoe eventually with the Temple, playing out a Pale Cascade just to see what we get from the draw. And I really am a fan of Spell Thief, especially in tournaments. I think it just opens up a lot of flexibility. Obviously your opponents are going to be playing good spells, So I do like the options that it provides. It may come in handy in this match.
I feel like it also really forces your opponent to play around a much wider group of cards. No longer do they just have this set list in front of them. You're adding uncertainty. And
we're going to find some more RNG here with some landmarks being generated. That's a Star Spring, a Spiral Stairs, and an Obelisk of Power. Not exactly what you're looking for from the side of the Phlebotomist. Maybe wanted to hold off and save that.
Honestly,
Spell Thief.
That's
I had a brain fart.
Yeah, I would have liked to see it saved for that same reason, General.
Yep.
Like the Malphite spell copy would be devastating. Getting a Ground Slam would be good. We did know that the only 2 cards played were that damage card and the Manifest Landmark, which aren't super strong in that spot. And maybe a little bit of a punish coming through here as we see the Malphite coming down.
That is a big, rocky boy. I imagine we're going to see the immediate Meteor, and if he goes for the stun, we have a stun over Phlebotomist has a stun of his own.
Yeah, I like the Comet play a lot, just like directly onto the Malphite.
Oh, maybe you go for the Zoe level, I guess. But you would have gotten that with because you'd already played Comet.
Was that with the Zoe on the board, though?
Yes.
It was? Okay. Yeah. I guess you do need it to happen.
I feel like you're going to end up taking
You could have played Hush, though, for it, honestly.
Yeah. I mean,
you could have played Hush for it. I mean, it might be fine. We're just not able to get off the Crescent Strike here, which would have been stopping an effective 11 damage.
Yeah.
Instead, we're going to Hush our own unit. Yeah.
Double Hush comes out here and is actually just going to opt to protect the Zoe as well. Doesn't even want to consider giving that trade up.
Not every line is going to be perfect, but I really wish that we could have seen that Comet just a little bit earlier to allow for the Crescent after they're stun.
Yeah, we did have the Hushes to level if we needed to at burst speed. A lot of times you do need to be looking for that Zoe level as fast as possible into decks that have Hush and cards like Minimorph that, can just stop it at burst. But into this Talia Malphite deck, there is nothing that can kill Zoe at burst, so we don't have to worry about it too much. Here we see the Ground Slam coming down. Cannot let Phlebotomist get those expensive invokes and buff the entire board.
And I'm thinking Phlebotomist looks kind of dead here.
And is that another Talia spell being... Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong feed. I'm going back. I've been tapping to pay attention to the Twitch chat to try and keep up and keep engaged there as well. I lost track of which game was going on.
How cracked would Ruination have been that turn? We did have mana for it. It would have been a game changer. Instead, this is looking like an insurmountable mountain to climb for the Phlebotomist.
Yeah, it is looking just a little bit done. We'll potentially have access to a stun here, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. No matter what they do, they are going to be taking lethal damage here. Yes.
Yeah, minimum we can take is 9.
9, yeah. Well, that was an exciting set. I'm glad we got to see this Temple deck in action. I'm glad we got to see some Talia Malphite. Always love to see that deck. Big fan of it myself. Big Roji fan as well. So, glad to see Daloreo finding success with it as well. Always love to see people putting interesting decks on the map. We've talked a little bit about it earlier with Davebo and his Jace Lux. We've talked about it with my own decks. We've talked about it even with your decks now, Sqweeby. So, it's great to see it. And it does look like that Elchelero versus Squallywag Game 3 is still ongoing. So, we're going to hop back into that.
Did you grab...
Elchelero.
Right. Looks
And
like it.
wallops are on the table. Everything is on the table. We're jumping in, and it is 10 HP on the side of the Lurk gang to 7 HP on the side of the Fizz Riven gang. But this is a big double attack boy coming down with attack token, and we have enough mana for might.
Oh, but he has to block here.
Oh, the fish is doing so much work in this spot.
Oh man!
Wow.
And that's
Wow.
That is...
Outside of interaction and outside of a Yawlfish, this is the only way that Squallywag could have stopped this lethal. No, I guess the block from the 9/6 would have been enough as well. Instead, it's just the win.
Is the block from the 9/6 enough?
I think so. Not.
I didn't see how much
Yeah,
HP.
9.
Yeah, it would have been
9. You would have been a 1. Yeah. No.
He had the might, so it would have been a 10. It should have taken him up to 10 damage with double attack and overwhelm.
Oh, true. Yeah. No, actually, yeah, it would have been enough. So that was the perfect card to find there in that situation to avoid lethal.
Wow.
Really well played there.
Really glad we got to jump into the end of that one for you guys.
Man, what? I mean, in that lurk stack, you know, it's hard to deal with a unit that's stacked with +7.
Yeah, I mean, you trade your early units and just, like, try to remove those lurk attackers early on, but each one that comes is just successively bigger than the last one, and if you don't have Flood, it can be very hard to deal with. So, Monty, are there any other games left in this round, or are we wrapping up round 2?
I believe that is the end of round 2, but I'm just confirming for us right now.
Sweet.
Think that should be it, though. And with that, we will wrap out. Are you guys doing okay? Do you want to take a little break before round 3? We get into round 3 here.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, just taking a
We're gonna hush our
quick
unit.
bio break would
Yeah.
be lovely.
We will. Hush comes out here.
Awesome, thanks guys.
And absolutely take 5 minutes, and we'll be back. Monty can't talk. He's losing his tongue here. Squeebs, are you still with me?
I am with you. If we're going to break, that's cool. If you want to hang, that's also cool.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna step away for a minute or two myself as well. Need to refill my water. Just get up and walk around a little bit. Always good to stretch those limbs, get the blood flowing. Make sure that we're not gonna be too sedentary as gamers. We do need to ensure that health is a priority as well. So, with that, we'll BRB chat. Welcome back to your Wednesday night Mastering Runeterra $100 tournament. I'm MonteXristo and I'm joined by GeneralSchwartz. Sqweeby is also with us, but he's just stepped away to go switch cars with his roommate really quickly, and he'll be right back. We're about to start round 3. GeneralSchwartz, we've seen some great Runeterra so far. How have you been feeling? This is your first cast, right? Are you enjoying yourself so far? Are you liking the show?
Oh man, I'm having a blast. I really enjoy getting to see all of this, quality play and being able to talk through, with other, top tier players about, kind of our own thoughts and sometimes being proven right and other times being shown the error of our ways by these top pilots.
Yeah, it has been a great show so far, and I am really excited to see what round 3 has in store for us. I don't think we have the bracket generated just yet, but I am checking for us right now. And hopefully we can get a couple great matches in these last 2 rounds before the top cut.
I'm really hoping to see, we've had some great wins on some, out of the meta decks, and I'm hoping to see if they can make it into the top cut and possibly even snag a win on that, maybe a Jace Lux or... if ThePhlebotomist can make it through, maybe we'll even get to see another round of his temple.
ThePhlebotomist is going to have a pretty good last 2 rounds and some good tiebreakers to make it into that top cut. Has to win both of the next 2 sets to actually have a shot, and then the tiebreakers have to fall their way as well. Are there any players that you would like to see matched up in the next 2 rounds? Is there any 2 lineups that you think would make for a really good showdown? And it's okay if you don't have an answer to that one. I know I kind of put you on the spot there.
I'd actually like to see, Luna running, it looks like Talia Ziggs. I was trying to look for someone earlier with the Ari Kennen. That is what I want to see. I don't care what it plays into. I am just curious how it holds up. Or if people will just ban it out and say, no, I have bad memories, get it away from me.
It really could go either way with that deck, and I'm definitely on board with getting some of Jason Fleurant's games on stream. We'll try and get him in the next round here. He is current... Oh, and the next round is actually up, and unfortunately Jason has a bye. Somebody must have dropped here. Looks like the ThePhlebotomist actually dropped, so no shot at seeing that temple, unfortunately.
We also have Luna running AK, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, we can get into one of Luna's games. I am super down for that. I haven't had a chance to take a peek at their lineup for today yet, but go right ahead.
Oh, so they're actually on Talia Ziggs, Ari Kennen, and Pantheon Yuumi. No Tarek, and they're running... I thought this was interesting earlier. I saw it. They're running triple Petrosite Broadwing, which without the Durand, I'm not... I guess, it gives you more units, gives you more targets for your buff spells, but I just don't know how well it fits in with just the Pantheon package.
Well, we can jump into their game and figure it out and find out for ourselves as soon as they start. I do have Luna if you can grab Squallywag's side for us again. The moment that game begins, we can get right into it, and I would love to see that matchup.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, too.
Currently, they are number 1 and 2 in the standings as well, so this is our top matchup of the night so far. I am really excited to see what these players have in store for us.
Now, and I'm just curious, if you're on the side of Squallywag, what are you leaving up? Because Squally bringing the Lurk, Faypile, and Pantheon Yuumi with the Tarek edition, which of those 3 are you wanting to ban out?
I'm not sure.
I honestly, I don't even know how Tarek, how the Tarek edition affects your matchup with Yuumi Pantheon. I'd almost want to say that it'd make it more, swings things in your favor if you're able to draw that Tarek and drop a Golden Aegis on it and just double rally on their face.
Yeah,
I think.
Go ahead.
Ari Kennen or Ziggs Talia would be an acceptable ban. I think you're probably never banning Yuumi Pantheon because you're fine with the mirror match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think either of those.
I think honestly, I'd be banning the AK. You know, they've got triple homecoming, concussive palm. Um, you know, I don't want them stunning. I sure as hell don't want them recalling my stacked Zenith Blade White Flame.
That is very true. I think just because of Homecoming alone, Ari Cannon might have to draw the ban in this matchup, which is a shame because we were looking forward to seeing that deck.
So far, it's performing well if they are 2-0, although it could have eaten double bans up until this point. We haven't seen it played yet.
Well, maybe with some luck, Luna will be making it to the top cut and winning the whole thing, and then we can go ahead and ask them about their lineup and how many times Ari Cannon was banned out and how it performed.
Be really interested. See, now, so flipping the script, you know, if you're Luna and you're staring down Lurk, Fae, and Pantheon, what are you dropping?
You might have to ban the Lurk, right?
Probably the Lurk.
If Lurk gets an early start on you, especially with your Pantheon deck, if you brick out early and you don't have that blocker to stop them, they can just get out of control.
Yeah, although with 3 copies of Hexplosive Minefield in the Ziggs deck, maybe you think you can handle it? Maybe you also just don't give Lurk credibility as, like, a tournament deck? I don't know if you guys do this, but when I'm looking at my bans, sometimes I leave Lurk up in situations I probably shouldn't just because I don't believe in, like, it's Lurk, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong for that, but it's been working out for me.
I think if you're playing, like, Darkness or other decks like that, like, you kind of have to respect it more. But if you're playing more strategies like you and I like, Monty, sort of like mid-range, maybe a little aggro flavor in them, like, I feel like we just have a better shot into Lurk a lot of the time.
That's true.
And can stop it from getting out of control, where it's, like, a lot scarier into, like, the Lee Sin, Zoe sort of decks that don't have the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, I hear you on that one, Squeebs. We definitely have a bit more of a mid-rangey, aggro-y flavored playstyle with the decks that we choose. You and I are both on that wave, for sure. Yep. Very similar deck choices a lot of the time. And that's a lot of the reason why I like testing with you, because we do kind of really come to these fine-tuned decks. We really figure out the nitty-gritty, what 40 cards do we feel are the best, and I that's an enjoyable process for me.
I totally agree. On the other side, we do have General. You like playing some of those more like control or combo-oriented decks. How afraid are you when you run those lineups and you see Lurk?
I mean, I think maybe I'm with Monty on it, and I just don't respect it just because of, you know, it missing. But it really depends on what else they've got. You know, if I've got enough pings, they do typically run fragile units, and having those control tools, you know, I don't have to be afraid of you having a 7 Lurk unit if you have no units on your board. You know, it can't hurt if they draw into that Pike or, you know, get Pike Spell or Rek'Sai going early and they're double lurking on you. You know, it can get out of control, but I almost think makes me think of old school discard aggro, where of course they can high roll you, but I think that I'm better than your high roll. Okay. And it looks like they're going now, so let's pull up Wally.
Bans are underway. Players are trying to decide for themselves what we've been talking about for the past couple minutes. And I think we kind of decided, right? The Lurk ban's got to come out from the side of Luna, and Squallywag kind of has to put away the Ari Cannon.
Yeah. I wouldn't say has to, though. Like, because of the Fae matchup into Pantheon, I mean, it's like more even in the stats, but just like thinking about it and also the way it's played out, at least in my experience a lot, the Fae feels pretty favored into Panth. So I may be looking to ban that, but maybe Taric in the list changes the calculus a little bit. Oh no, wait, that's on their side. So yeah, the standard Yuumi Panth list, they may have trouble with the Fae as well.
It's really tough as Pantheon if you don't start putting, you know, pressure on them and damage on them quick, building your large unit quick. If they get a 6 wide Yordles and Arms, that is a nightmare situation. You don't have a lot that you can do to deal with that.
pretty much single combats or bust at that point, or try to high roll lifesteal on Panth.
I will admit, for a week or so, I ran a judgment in it when Yordles and Arms was getting hot, and a few games I was able to judgment a Yordles and Arms, and it brought me so much joy.
That does sound like a great tech. And gentlemen, it looks like the players tell us that we have no idea what we're talking about because both our bands are on the screen right now.
Shows what we know. That's why we're washed on the caster deck, desk, and these guys are in the game playing it. So we have the Mourned being played and recalled turn 1, and we have the Treasure Seeker coming down on the side of Lurk. We do have 2 Lurk units to be played and attack on evens, so that may make up for the fact that we are in fact attacking on evens.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out for Squallywag. Evens is not where you want to be as the Lurk players. The stats show that this is not good for them. Lunari, on the other hand, does have the cards they want to see in the double Mourned. Gonna let them trade off this Lurk unit. Oh, but the Rek'Sai Lurk is huge!
Oh, man.
Lurkers be lurking.
Lurkers be lurking. And we were talking about how we kind of don't respect this deck as much right before this game started. And Squally's over here saying, you guys are definitely washed. Don't know your bands, don't know your decks. Just get better. Learn to game like I can.
I would expecting to be some lurk gangs spammed in the chat right now. That's the thing about Lurk. You can maybe outplay them or remove their units, but some of those key turns where they hit the double Lurk buff off Rek'Sai or a crazy Pike spell, it can be really hard to come back from those just like blowout turns. And we do have a Fearsome here on the side with 3 attack that we don't have a blocker for at the moment.
Yeah, not looking great for Luna. This is a bad matchup, even historically. Now that the nerfs have come out, I imagine it's worse. Also, we're not on the Go Hard version, so there's no pings for this 3-1. Did hit Kennen, so we might be able to find a second if we're a little bit lucky. We could also use this Godwillow Seedling. Have some options available to us.
I will say, at least having Kinku Wayfinder at 3-3 gives you a Fearsome blocker, although I don't think he's going to be able to use it to block the Cersei Hatchling here.
Yeah.
Unless he just looks like that.
And I got... Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that kind of looked like we were committing to just take the 4 damage with the cannon play. Maybe still considering what to do with this turn.
Yeah.
While Luna takes a moment to think about their turn, I do want to compliment Squallywag on their drip for this matchup. Like, they really dripped out this Lurk theme. They've got the Pike card back. They've got the Lurk board there. They're all in on the theme of this deck, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, Rek'Sai currently sitting at 6. Go for it, General.
Oh, I was going to say this. I think this Call of Pack is huge, letting you double hit the Rek'Sai on your next attack token. But I don't know. Looks like that'd only get you to 9, so it's not quite enough.
We do see Homecoming in the hand, too, of Lunari, so that could stop a potential Rek'Sai swing if they want to go for it as soon as Rek'Sai is played.
Rek'Sai not necessarily where you want to be at in this matchup because of stuff like the Homecoming. You really want to be finding the 5 drops that generate Spell Shield. Rek'Sai great to hit off the top of your deck because they accelerate that 5 drop, but that is really what's going to make it difficult for Ari Kennen to interact with your win conditions. Jawfish, also a really good one to have just as a backup for that endgame scenario when Ari Kennen has gone inevitably wide like they're so known to do.
You know, of course, even if they Homecoming your Rek'Sai, that is a trade down, a pretty significant trade down in mana. And you can just replay your Rek'Sai for 3, especially coming into turn 6. That Snapjat Swarm, huge.
Really big indeed.
Because that'll actually push enough to level the Rek'Sai next turn.
Oh,
also, the Yawlfish into a deny feels pretty good when you're only able to stop one of those lurk hits, as opposed to something like a Rite of Negation. So we may see that interaction come down, as both players are sitting at fairly high health totals at this point in the game.
Yeah, and an interesting decision by Luna there to actually recall the Kennen instead of maybe using the Kennen spell. I was kind of anticipating a Kennen spell to come out, replaying the Kennen, removing this 7-3. That was the line I was seeing there, but this is...
And maybe I'm wrong. I disagree with playing the Xerxine Hatchling early. I'd almost rather play the Rek'Sai first, make them commit to stunning or homecoming it, because once you attack with the Rek'Sai, you're guaranteed the level.
Yeah, if you don't play the Hatchling there, you can keep mana up to replay this Rek'Sai. Now Luna is able to just go for the homecoming onto the landmark and then safely put this Rek'Sai back in hand. Save themselves a lot of HP.
They can actually, because they have 7, right, they can do the Kennen recall on the droplet, kill the 6-1, and then also, homecoming the landmark onto Rek'Sai. You can do this line as well. It's pretty much the same.
I don't like this as much. It leaves you without a blocker. I think I would have just done the stun and put the recall down.
That is a lot of damage coming through.
You are able to kill the 7-1 and stun the 8-3 here if we're using Kennen's spell. I would expect that to be played. And now, an effective swing that would have been huge. We are only taking 2, but we have used that key homecoming that we aren't going to have access to unless we top deck, and Rek'Sai still in the hand of Squallywag.
Yeah, Sorry, General, go ahead.
I was to say that next attack token from Squally is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, Pike found, and of course Jawlfish in hand as well. Rek'Sai not quite leveled yet, which is good. But what I was going to say is that I think from the side of Luna that just maybe getting this landmark back and playing it completely safe. So, I guess there's no Bone Skewer in the deck from Squallywag, but getting the landmark back and just keeping the droplet on the board for 1 extra action might have provided a little bit more value in the long run and just a little bit more HP, which may end up being necessary here.
We'll see if Fae Blade Twirler can do any work in this list. This isn't exactly the list that you were aiming to target with that Absolver combo onto it, but it is going to be able to at least chump out a 2-1 here. We do have the Kennen level coming through, no longer on attack token, but we are going to start being able to stack up these Mark of the Storms.
And that was a really intelligent pass from Luna. Keeping Deny up to answer a Pike is important in that spot. Pike is one of the few ways you're going to get completely blown out, and it's important to be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of good ways to deal with this Rek'Sai at this point. We are going to have to bounce her.
Yeah, we bounce back a Kennen. I mean, we're not mad about getting a Kennen spell. It can... the 8-1 is already stunned, so we probably just use Mark of the Storm there. But we can kill off, I guess, the 2-1 or put damage on the 8-3. But if this Deny comes down onto the Pike spell, that is going to be absolutely devastating for Squallywag to deal with.
And interesting visual bug going on. This Rek'Sai is not free. She has cost mana.
Oh. Yeah. We are not on 8 mana here on the side of Squallywag.
Oh, yeah, weird. Yeah, shown on stream. I was going to say, I almost wonder, even though she would level, is it worthwhile waiting to homecoming until they attack?
Yeah. Yeah, it was, because she's still going to level, right? If she just gets replayed... I don't think that homecoming was correct.
Oh, yeah. Wait, sorry, the mana kind of confused me there with the sequencing, but... yeah, we definitely wanted to stop this overwhelm during the attack. I mean, we can block for 3. We're still taking 7.
Oh, okay. This way we're killing, right? Because we can go for Cannon Spell onto Droplet.
But
that's true.
Spell, you're just Because Kennon's spell is 3, and he only has 6 mana left, correct?
No, I don't think Luna's played anything this turn. I think only Squally's played things. Or I guess we played...
No, Luna played the Homecoming.
Homecoming.
So we are on...
I have
7.
Yeah,
Luna
7.
at 6.
7. We should be at 7, no?
Yeah, we're at 7. But this stun
really
is going to
weird.
do it anyways. Yeah, this is a really weird visual bug that we've got going on. Hopefully it'll correct when the turn rolls over.
Wait, with this recall, actually, we might now be at 6. Yeah.
Yeah, now we're at 6. So we're tapped out of Deny and Cannon spell here. But I think the play is just going to be replay Cannon.
And then you kill the Rek'Sai with the recall and the stun. So, by buffing your Blade Twirler.
Mm-hmm.
I do have second Rek'Sai in the hand, though.
I mean, double... I don't know how Luna is going to pull this one out.
Yeah, Luna really needs to be setting up to kill on this turn, and with the hand that we see in front of us right now, that's just not possible. Not to mention, Deny needs to be held this whole time to answer a potential Pike, which is still being threatened, I believe. I don't think Squally's tapped under that yet.
Yeah, he's at 5 currently. So, hopefully next turn we'll have correct mana showing up.
Droplet comes down, makes use of that last little mana. Still holding Deny, but that's all that's left available to Luna this turn. If they opt to play anything beyond this 0-cost spell, the Lightning Mark, Pike might come down.
I do like holding the Pike as long as Deny mana is up, which is what we're seeing. You don't need to jam it here. You're in such a commanding position in this game. You don't need to trade it out just yet. You can play your big units and just go from there.
I mean, your Under Titan is going to be doing 9 or 10 damage next turn. I mean, and I think Luna is really just out of answers, because once you attack with that spell shield, you know, he only has the one palm in the deck.
There's that second Rek'Sai that we talked about, going to be such a problem.
What is Ari looking like right now, Monty?
Ari is at 10 out of 6. She's very much leveled up, and we are going to see her come down here. Maybe Squally can find a way?
But no Absolver. I think Absolver might be what we need here, and also more elusives. Uh-oh. No, actually, Absolver would only... Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. I just don't think we have enough.
We might not be dead just yet, though. It's close.
Only 12. And do you end with the Kennan on the end? Because they can put Rek'Sai right there, and your Ari will...
if they put anything under the cannon, you'll have 2 marks, and then you can just stun whatever's there, right?
Yep.
Oh, yep, you're correct.
It's sort of like playing into Aurelia Zir. If you're not dying, I'm often just accepting it.
Yeah, don't give them the chance to do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Because if an Absolver is played, if only one of the Absolver parts is played, we would be taking...
Oh, and the Pike spell on Ari.
Okay.
Deny gonna come out here as a response.
I guess just basically saying, hey, you can deny this, but you don't get to play Absolver, even if you have it.
Yeah, and I think
Absolver would be 15, right? So we would still be alive.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it'll be interesting to see what we get out of these draws. Hand size can start to be a problem, too, in these Ari Kennan decks when you're recalling a large number of units, especially when you recall Droplet and it's also drawing your card.
Fortunately, they're all 0 mana now, so they can all be replayed, and we can start using these cannon marks to work towards killing off one of these 2 units. But it's just not going to be quite enough, I don't believe. Also have the option of using the Ari Charm to draw 1 more card with the Droplet. Might have to be the play here.
I don't know what you're going to pull that's going to help you. You're out of... he has 1 more Homecoming, but you still have 9 damage coming down off of that Titan.
Yeah, we've also seen like the 2 Homecomings have already happened, So that's a lot of interaction down on the side of Ari Kennen. We are only running one palm outside of that, so really only like 2 potential outs. Worth noting, there is a 1 of Syncopation in this list. I kind of like that. A little spicy.
And did decide to go for the dig there. And it
Found the palm. That can stop a bit of damage, but still we are looking at a lot of overwhelm, especially as develops happen. And if a Yawlfish comes down, would you guys be going for a Yawlfish here?
Just attack. There's
Okay.
nothing in their deck that I'm afraid of.
yeah.
Yep.
Attack.
Got
Guaranteed the spell shield. Yeah.
If they do draw that 1 palm, I don't want them to have the chance to do anything else. Yeah, it's 8.
Even with a twin here onto Ari, we wouldn't be living. We would need another twin.
Yep, it would have to be exactly 2 twins as a response here.
And there's the palm.
Looking at the draws, neither draw was good, so not much Luna could have done. Squallywag takes the first game of round 3.
I'm
Lurk,
curious
doing lurk
on your
things.
opinion, Monty, on not running more than 1 palm.
Yeah, people were cutting down on it before, especially in the Shurima versions, and I think it makes sense because it's not like a great card in the list. Sometimes it does help you find a cheeky win, but you usually have a lot better ways of stalling. In this current metagame, it definitely seems a little bit weird, though. We have very prominent threats that want to win through attacking. Tristana, Pantheon, Gnar. All these cards want to do things through the board. So Palm is pretty good right now. And it's definitely a bit odd to only be on 1.
Yeah, and I especially like, I mean, it's not always the play, but having the option to use Ari to or be able to recall a palm and create another stun. You know, it's a little niche, but sometimes just being able to keep that Pantheon off of you 1 more turn is all you need.
I completely agree. And it looks like Game 2 has begun here, and we're going to get to see the Pantheon into the Ari Kennen. This is the matchup Lunari wants, right? We talked about this at the start of the set. Ari Kennen with the triple homecoming with the palm should be pretty good into this deck that really just wants to set up 1 massive unit. Pantheon Yuumi, of course, wants to play its 1-drop and then start building it up with the Zenith Blade, with the Yuumi, and recalls really help deal with that. Completely nullifying a Zenith Blade can be absolutely massive in this matchup.
Looking at this hand, you know, do you even bother with playing? You know, he obviously skipped it on turn 1. You know, do you bother with playing the Saga Seeker? You know, or do you just skip and play your White Flame on 3 and gem it?
You know, I don't know. I think I would have played the Saga Seeker just because I like playing things on curve, and being 1 slower on Pantheon doesn't seem that important to me in this matchup when I really want to be going wider anyways. But Squallywag disagrees. They decided they do want their gem, and they want to be able to...
I like holding the gem. Yeah, it seems okay to get it faster.
I will say, I feel like whenever I get Saga Seeker and White Flame in hand, if I don't play Saga Seeker early, you know, it feels like a dead card in my hand the whole time, because otherwise I want to dedicate mana to making my White Flame enormous.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's fine. You're just going to be using it as like a 1-mana chump blocker in that case. It's sort of like a backup if you don't have White Flame, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I would never mulligan it away.
Yeah.
Unless I had like a very specific hand and matchup. But you know, it feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, like the double homecomings, like you were talking about, General, could be quite devastating for this Pantheon deck to deal with. Recalling a buffed up White Flame, I believe that's gonna. How does that affect Yuumi? Does that just kill the Yuumi on the unit attached?
I think that she goes back to hand because it's removed. Obliterate effect.
Yeah, obliterates are the only things that will deal with attached units cleanly. So that's why Buried in Ice is so good into Pantheon, in my opinion. But
yeah, I don't think I've seen a homecoming played on an attached unit all season yet. So we may be seeing that happen this game.
Man.
High odds this game for sure.
If he drops the Yumi onto that white flame, that thing is getting bounced ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sure you can single or do whatever, but I'm costing. There's just so many resources that have been poured into this unit.
Yeah, it's gonna be really painful for Squallywag when that does finally happen. And there's that syncopation that you were so fond of, Sqweeby. I too am quite keen on this card. I like it a lot as a one-of, especially in a list like this. I think it's very, very cheeky and quite fun.
Yeah, it's just such a surprise card, and you're often playing it on Ari, and that's your win con, so it's pretty uninteractable. I think 1 is where you want to be. More than that, probably not necessary. We'll see if it comes into play in this matchup. Seeing the Yumi go down onto the Saga Seeker just wants to add threat density to the board, split it up a little bit, maybe potentially play around a recall onto a singular unit.
I think that's a really smart play.
Yeah. I agree.
I don't think I might not have made that play, and I think looking at the board state right now, it feels very correct to put it on the Saga Seeker. Kind of like you were saying, it's not wasted anymore. It's a threat in and of itself. Something we are missing on Scallywag's side is the Zenith Blade. Just not making these units as threatening as they could be.
Yeah, but it might just not matter with this hand. You're forcing a lot of damage here. This is going to require some blocks or some answers from Lunari. And then you do have the Rally and the Cataclysm available to you. Of course, Cataclysm without that Zenith Blade going to be a lot less powerful, but still a decent option to remove an Ari if they're tapped out.
And if they homecoming the Droplet, you've got 2 answers to stop them. You've got the Yumi spell or the single combat.
Yeah, that is also very true.
Now, if you're Lunari, which one are you recalling? Because that Saga Seeker is going to continue to grow each turn, but
Saga Seeker damages permanent. Dragon has Fury.
Yeah,
that's how I see it, and it looks like this is the appropriate response.
What do you guys think of this Yumi spell? I felt like I was pretty underwhelmed when I saw it, but then seeing it in play sometimes, it's just it feels decent in this deck.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
It's so situational.
It's no wallop.
It honestly, it feels worse than Poppy spell to me.
Oh wow. Okay.
Poppy spell when it hits feels really good. Even now, this is a great situation for this card, and it feels mediocre at best.
Yeah.
I would always rather have a Pokey Stick here than be giving my unit 1/1.
Yeah, fair enough.
And of course, the recall is going to come out here, and we'll probably see the Sharp Sight as a response to that, which will then be answered by another homecoming. Oh, and actually does just decide to let it through this time. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. I think this is the better play. You're pretty happy if that goes off. You're keeping your unit on board. You're trading down. You're
guaranteeing the damage. They tapped out of Deny. That might be deadly this turn. I don't think you can do that. You're getting your attack token back. There's no reason to tap under Deny here, actually. And just a big punish coming through from Scallywag here.
Yeah.
I think I would have put the Aegis on my Saga Seeker.
Yeah, I think so too. No, he did it this way to get the Faded proc, right?
Oh,
that's fair.
And you do have you're guaranteeing a gem, so you're going to be able to heal it up out of that 2 damage breakpoint.
Yeah.
Oh, also the Yumi. Yeah.
Third attack for his Saga Seeker if he cataclysms, which would give him the spell shield.
Yeah, and activate the second Yumi in hand if this Saga Seeker is ever removed. And looking like he's contemplating it.
I almost think forcing it, though, opens you up to... I guess he can't recall and he can't homecoming and deny you.
I mean, I kind of like saving it just because we don't have Overwhelm yet. With that in hand, if we ever find Overwhelm, we're just pretty much winning on the spot without specific answers. So here we're only removing a blocker with it, although it does threaten a much stronger open.
I think we're fine with playing this slow, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're not at risk of dying from 13. This board...
proc faded.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. This
also
board...
with Hush, I think with Hush in hand, we're a lot more safe. Like,
yeah.
Ahri can win out of nowhere, but they're pretty powerless against the Hush. So with that in hand, I think I'm okay keeping the Cataclysm a bit longer.
Yeah, I like playing this nice and slow here from the side of Squallywag.
Squallywag disagrees, says, Monty, you don't know what you're talking about. We go big, we go face, we go hard. And seeing the Cataclysm come down here.
No.
I do like it, because his only options are he can deny Homecoming.
Yeah, but if it is the Homecoming, then you're losing this. Yuumi level up all the way.
But you have the single combat to respond, and he doesn't have another answer if he Homecomings.
True. That is true.
I'm a liar. He could very easily have the Nopify in hand, and then you just lose.
Yeah, this is perhaps not the safest line, but Squally clearly has a read and is deciding to go for the kill.
Go big or go home. I mean, I guess the thought being if he had the Nopify, he might have stopped the Yuumi spell previous turn.
And here's the deny.
Yeah, you have to do it here, but we're just so low on blockers that this next swing is looking really, really dangerous. And again, we see that devastating Yuumi spell, Monty's favorite card from the set, coming down, presenting so much threat here. We see my favorite card, the Syncopation, coming through to counter it. Just a blistering fast set of back and forth there.
The Syncopation actually gonna save the game here, right? Like,
yep.
actually saving the game.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wow.
We're gonna have mana for double responses next turn.
Alright.
Okay, single combat comes out now, says I don't want to let you have any more draw power anyway back into this game. I really like that decision from Squallywag. Of course, they themselves are not on many cards at this point, but choking your opponent out the same way you're choked out makes a lot of sense and is a great play. Of course, Yuumi level up is going to go off here. That Cataclysm couldn't go through, but that means that this open attack can, and Spell Shield no longer an option.
I think what you have to go for here is block with your Blade Twirler in front of them and Homecoming.
Yep. And of course, you do have the second Homecoming as a backup if there's another single combat or something, but you are very much at risk of dying to something like a Sharp Sight.
Gosh.
Sharp Sight there would be hard, yeah. The top deck on Scallywag's side was absolutely atrocious. I don't know if there was a worse top deck than Saga Seeker, although I guess now that Lunari's only at 2 HP, you put a gem on Saga Seeker and it looks good, but just like so many cards there can win Scallywag the game on the spot.
Yeah, of course there was the Bomb as an answer to any buff spell available there. So, wasn't quite game over no matter what happened that turn, but it's definitely coming to a conclusion. Squallywag, looking to be taking this set with a strong 2-0, says, I'm going to come out of first place. I'm going into top cut with my XO placement. Nobody can stop me. Of course, we do have one more round left for that to be proven, and there's still this game, which is not over yet. Ahri can do strange Ahri Cannon things, but I'm not convinced so far, guys.
No. The hardest thing is now that he's got that refreshing spell shield on Saga Seeker, he can't even set up to palm it next turn. He has to commit 8 mana to get that off the board.
It's worth noting too that this Wayfinder nerf is like actively losing Lunari the game here. So when we talk about how the nerfs have affected the power level of Ahri Cannon, you're seeing it firsthand here. One more unit would be very strong. I mean, we can play the landmark and then play, but that unit's going to be ephemeral, right? So actually, yeah, we're just looking to be one short here, and it's going to be pretty hard to deal with. We are going to need to cash in the stun or the homecoming.
losing that droplet was so painful. It just takes away all, has nothing to do with that Godwillow seedling. Just doesn't have the ability to draw any answers to escape from this.
Yeah, and Squallywag continuing to just try and push that last bit of lethal damage, but can't quite find it yet. Getting very close, though.
Yeah, and removing a lot of units along the way. So this is kind of what we were talking about, right, Monty? It's like, it's okay if we're not winning this turn or next turn, but we are steadily marching towards that win condition of we have big units on the board and you're left with nothing.
Yep, and of course the normal threat that would be Ahri is nullified by the Hush that we have in our hand, so we're not really scared of anything at this point. Just going to play this nice and slowly, very methodically, get out all the answers, push our damage, we'll find another rally when we find another rally, we'll find a Taric or a Pantheon when we find a Taric or a Pantheon. In the meantime, we're just going to continue marching along and taking our units.
Draw here coming in from the Pale Cascade, quite good. Finding another Goat is fine. Goat will be presenting lethal. Every single unit we find here on the side of Squallywag is just one more threat that Lunari has to deal with.
And we thought this matchup was going to go the other way.
Yeah, I guess.
I really gotta say I don't like this. I get the point behind it, but I think we kind of need to be resetting the palm at this point if we want any hope of surviving this game and actually finding a lethal.
We also could have recalled the Wayfinder instead, although I guess we can play Landmark on it, but like finding a droplet for draw might be important.
I think right now it's all about surviving one turn to the next, and if you're expending those resources, when you don't have any means of drawing more, you need to be a little more judicious with how you use them.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Homecoming might have been what saves us on the next swing, and now not having that tool in our toolbox is going to be quite hard to recover from that.
Absolutely.
And I don't even think we care about this swing.
No, there's no reason to expend a Hush or a block. No.
And honestly, I think this is where Go Hard would be more effective.
Yep.
If you were running the Go Hard version, I know that the Absolver is nice, but being able to have those pings to remove spell shields and then packing their bags with all the fragile units, and 5 damage to face in the entire board is still pretty damn good.
It would be doing a number on this board of units at 2 or 3 HP. There are 2 Sign and Thousand Tales being run in this Ahri Kennen deck, and we have not been able to find them. That would offer some critical refuel. Instead, we see Squallywag going 6 wide, going to be presenting a very strong attack next turn. And like General was saying, we no longer have that Homecoming to deal with this next swing. Very few top decks get us out of this impending doom swing from the side of Squallywag.
Yeah.
With the one palm, I can't think of anything in his deck that would really save him.
No, there's just nothing here, right? That we've gone through all of our options. We really needed, as we identified earlier, we needed to be cycling this palm instead of wasting our Homecomings, and it was not playing for the future turns that kind of caused Lunari to suffer here. Is finally able to take out that one drop. That Saga Seeker finally goes down, but it's just not even going to matter here because the game is over.
We could have threatened lethal with Ahri and those twins on the following turn, but just because of holding that Hush on Scallywag's side, it was never going to be enough. And very well played from the side of Squallywag here, just kind of able to keep control of the match the entire way through in something that I thought was an unfavored matchup for Pantheon just because of those Homecomings.
Yeah, looks like it's a much tougher deck to manage now. I mean, there were times where playing AK in the previous season, just because of how much tempo you got off of the Allegiance unit, you could just rip it. You could. Mistakes were more forgivable. Now it's much tighter, and if you are using those resources without planning for those future turns, you're going to find yourself, just running dry.
And that actually was the last set of this round as well. So we're just waiting on the scores to be reported for the bracket to update, and then we'll get straight into round 4. That was a great set to watch. I'm glad that we did get to tune into that. It's Squallywag, of course, being our top runner, and Lunari our second place in the standings. It was good to see them duke it out.
Ari Kennan did end up taking the fall there, although has made quite a progression through the tournament, and they are not out yet, as both players were at. Was that 3-0, Monty, going into this round?
Yep.
2-0.
3-0. Oh, 2-0?
Yeah, that was round 3, gents.
So,
yes. Okay, so both players, they were the only two players at 2-0, and Luna does take that one loss, but still in it for the top cut potential. I feel like our viewers today have been treated to a bit of a smorgasbord of decks, not necessarily all meta decks. We saw Fizz Riven making an appearance, Zoe Diana, essentially Mono Targon with Veiled Temple making an appearance. So it is a little bit deviated from the standard ladder meta. We love to see it.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting tournament for sure. A lot of standout decks, like you said, the Fizz Riven, the Ziggs Talia, and then of course a lot of standard stuff too. Lots of Tristana Gnar, lots of Pantheon Yuumi. Definitely a great blend here to showcase the meta game that we have. And while we're waiting for this next round to start up, I just want to talk a little bit about the metagame. Do you guys feel that the tournament metagame is a little bit stifled right now? Do you think it's a little bit Demacia heavy maybe? Because I know I'm a little bit fed up with the current metagame. Having to write a lineup article every week gets a little bit exhausting when the lineups don't really change. It's Tristana Demacia. There's no better option.
Yeah, I think Pantheon has also been dominant now for a little bit. And I've kind of found it a little refreshing because it's meant that decks like Darkness, which have been dominant for even longer, have fallen out of favor a little bit. But when you're able to ban out a Pantheon, you do start to see some old sort of style decks coming back into the tournament meta. I disagree, though. I think right now there are players who are showcasing that things can work. Davebo topping this tournament twice with Jace Lux is a good sign. I think if you have a pet deck that is not complete copium, but in the tier 2 category somewhere, you can make good headway with it in tournaments when piloted well. Outside of, I think, the Yia Rally deck being the most broken, the power level of the other decks do somewhat feel in line with each other. So I like the tournament meta right now a good bit.
I kind of feel like there's a kind of like a rock, paper, scissors going on right now. You can bring the best, you can target the best, or you can go off the wall and just say, I don't care about the meta. Bringing looking at Swain, as a counter, looking at, even bringing in Sej, some people have brought Sejnar Burn, because once you get Sej leveled, I don't care how big your Pantheon is, he's not hitting for anything. Or even bringing the mini morphs, which, not to mention it too often, but that is still if you're looking into a control lineup and you're going to ban out your more aggressive matchups, you can bring those more control-y tools. But I do think that Rally, Rally Demacia, there may be, I don't know if 4-mana Rally is healthy or, if that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, Rally is definitely a bit one of those mechanics that is a bit frustrating to play against, let's say. We saw Rally Azir kind of abusing the rally mechanic by not even rallying and just cheating free attacks and generating all those tokens every turn, and just how toxic that could be. So with these Fey decks, we're almost seeing that on a bit of a larger scale, right? We're seeing all these cheap units being generated infinitely, and then just Rally letting you abuse them because they just come endlessly, right? So when that happens, you just don't have to care about your units dying, and then you start, like, having the attack token becomes a very toxic thing, which is such a strange phenomenon in this game because it is a limited resource. And the fact that Rally is also limited to certain regions is also very interesting. And I know the devs have said that they want to take a look at Rally and make a pass on it as a mechanic as a whole, and I think that's a really good idea for the game's future health.
I could see it being as a maybe being like not being able to rally on a turn you've already attacked. You know, and that may just completely break it and make it worthless. But, you know, just the idea of like what I was talking about earlier today, the idea of a Yordles and Arm attack that then gets to rally is, you know, insane.
Yeah. So that'll still be possible, but it would have to be on a defensive turn, right? You
Right.
just wouldn't be able to get your free attack with the Yordles and Arms. And I think that could be a reasonable change to Rally. I think that wouldn't be too unhealthy. That would make a card like Playful Trickster a little bit more toxic and a little bit more fun. That's a personal favorite card of mine. Unfortunate that I don't think it's playable in any single deck outside of as Fizz spell. I think it's actually has quite a few moments as a Fizz spell though, which is great.
Well, Rally is one of those cards where it's like really tempo based. Like you're playing it for tempo and to be aggressive. So I think there's a mana point that you can put it to where it feels balanced because you're losing so much tempo by playing it. Like you're not going to be able to develop certain units and stuff like that. So that may be 5 mana. In some crazy world that might be 6 mana, but I do think it has to exist as a concept. Although now it kind of has a stranglehold on the meta.
I will say though, it's obviously much worse at 6 mana, but just slamming Rally into Chase Slux as a 6 mana spell, you know, having the Forge pop on it and make it 3 mana.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's probably yeah, that would be good for that one deck.
No, so you Rally, you level Lux, and you get 3 mana back. Oh, that's nice. Here's your laser.
That does sound pretty good. Looks like we may have a bracket up. Unsure if Greg is trying to iron out some more technical difficulties or not, but there's something there for us to look at.
Yeah, it was worth noting, we didn't get to see them play, I think, in this tournament, but Obi-John's lineup, quite interesting. We've got the Zoe Lee, of course, but we have Ari Kennan on the Go Hard, which means there were 2 Ari Kennans at least in this tournament, and we had Ezreal Karma as the final deck rounding it out. So again, a little bit more of that off-meta showing up, although not being in round 4 means it may not have worked out for Obi-John this time around.
Yeah, Jason.
We actually have 3, because we've got Jason, Luna, and Obi that were all running Ari Kennan.
Yeah, and 2 different flavors, because as Sqweeby pointed out, Obi-John's was the Go Hard version. So, Ari Kennan may be seeing a little bit of a subtle resurgence lately. Although, based on what we've seen so far, might not be for the best. And it looks like Davebo and Luna are in game. They are currently our front runners, and they're up against each other. So if you want to grab one of those 2, General, I would be happy to jump into the other.
I will go ahead and grab Luna.
Alright, sounds good. I'll get Davebo up on our screen. The People's Champ will once again take his rightful place on the screens of all the people.
Oh.
Hopefully we'll get to see.
My bad.
Oh, am I wrong? I'm wrong. Matchup is wrong. I can't see. It's Squallywag Davebo. I am sorry. Can you jump in?
That is what is on the sheet. Yeah. Monty is illiterate, but we do have Lurk running into, again, that Jace Lux, and I'm a big fan of watching this deck because the Lux skin is in full activation in this deck. Not something you get to see every day.
Yes, it is. That Lux skin is quite nice with the new animation. That was the first one they put a lot of effort into, in my opinion, and I think they did a really good job with it. And we were talking earlier how I don't think there was any Bone Skewers in the list from Squallywag, but there is actually, because we see it in hand right now.
I will be going back, doing my deck detective, and let me just check on that list. Yep, there is a one of Bone Skewer on the site. No surprises there. We'll see if Davebo plays around it. I like, I mean, I don't play Lurk, but in concept, I like playing a Bone Skewer, because otherwise there's just so little interaction outside of Pike. So having it as a bit of a surprise card, I think, is a positive.
As Davebo, are you now using your Thermo Beam to save some HP?
That's tough, because, I mean, what threats are you going to look at later that you're going to want to take with Thermo?
The 5-drop, the 6-drop, Rek'Sai.
Yeah, you do kind of need to save it. I think we're already kind of saving HP in the way that we have a barrier on the 3/3, so and that way we're saving a unit that is able to block. Fine trading it all out here. I think this is fine. Could we have played the 3/4 instead of this 4/3?
We jumped into this turn midway through, so I think it was possible, but then we would have had to avoid playing the
Bright Steel,
which I think ends up being better for us this turn. Bone Skewer comes out and no longer has to play it around it for the rest of this turn, for the rest of this game. Not unless there's a Pike on the board anyways. Lux is now pretty much safe to play at all points.
Yeah, and a pretty low value hand here on the side of Squallywag, and a pretty high value hand here on the side of Davebo. Again, those 3/4s are just going to be able to generate the 4 Demacia, and all of a sudden the Broadwing, the Lux, even the Forge Worker looks pretty scary after that comes down.
I was almost wondering if you play Lux to get the free attack and curve into the 6-mana Thermo to kill the 5.
It's an option. It's definitely an option. I think you kind of value getting the Lux down as a berry unit on defense if you can. Without that Bone Skewer, you know that there's no way for the Lurk deck to pop it, so she's pretty much always safe.
Mm-hmm.
See, now she can come down and she just acts as a free blocker, and you're really happy with that. I could see the Thermo being cast on the 3/1 here. It sets us up for a little bit of a better 4 Demacia next turn. A little bit curious to see the Vulnerable go on the Broadwing instead of the Lux.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see it on the Lux, so that way you can choose which unit you're tossing. But
also just kill it in future turns, because the Lux beams are just devastating into Squallywag's board. 3 out of the 4 units can be removed with the Lux Beam. A lot of the Lurk units can, and that's really when Lurk starts to fall apart, is when you can consistently remove their low health units, especially when the hand is so low value right now on the side of Squallywag.
Yeah, and Davebo can just go for that 4 Demacia this turn if he chooses. Otherwise, he also has the option of playing out this Vanguard Sergeant and the Bright Steel Protector.
I mean, I like take your 4 Demacia and get your lasers.
I kind of like that line as well. Davebo, definitely the master on this list, though, and going for just a wider sort of game plan here. Going to be offered a trade. You're probably safe to block with the Lux. Yep, you already have the Bone Skewer down. Pike probably already kills the Lux, so this looks like a pretty free block here. And then I would expect to see, I don't know, either a pass, maybe, yeah, probably a pass. This isn't where you want to rally, right?
No, I think we're looking for a Fort Demacia into a rally next turn.
Yeah. Could Mystic here, could also just wait for the swing. I think waiting for the swing is probably better. You don't care that you're burning a mana at this point.
What's really tough, though, is if he open attacks, you have to block all the way down, and you're losing all of your units to this. Although I guess, his hand is empty. So...
Yeah, you can opt to take some of it too. But I think that's kind of what you were saying, General, about like it might have been okay to play a for Demacia this turn just to be able to remove an extra unit.
Mm-hmm.
And force him to block all the way down too, and you're getting favorable trades out of your Vanguard, Sergeant.
Yeah, I think I like that a bit more. We have the Broadwing, which is a great top deck. So in this situation, I think we will be okay. I think I also liked shooting... No, this is fine, actually, as is. Yeah.
That Rek'Sai top deck is going to make this Lurk hurt.
Looking at 11 damage?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We're going to 7 here. Davebo's still going to be okay from this position.
Yeah, I like that block better. You can cast some...
I mean, it has... Yeah.
And kill it anyway. Save yourself more health.
Yeah, I agree. I think I like this block a little bit better.
This is... Yeah. Yeah. I think 7 is a fine place to be.
If you're going to do that anyways, block the
7-2, right? Yeah. Push most damage? Yeah. Yeah, this was maybe a little bit weird, these blocks coming out. I think Davebo may be feeling the heat a little bit at this point, because there were better options. Squallywag also opting not to play the Bloodbait there, knowing the Rek'Sai is on top of their deck. Could have lurked this turn.
This is a good Shock Blast. This is a really good Shock Blast.
It's actually a perfect for Demacia rally turn as well. Gonna get a laser here, be able to clear off the board, and then get 2 attacks in. I think that's game for Davebo.
Yeah, and your opponent has Rek'Sai in hand from the Lurk previous turn. So one of the 2 cards has to be Rek'Sai.
And given that it is Rek'Sai, she's gonna have to come down now. Oh no, Davebo not quite threatening lethal. Actually, because of Lux Laser, I forget how Lux Laser works, because God knows how often Lux been played in the past 2 years. Davebo is actually threatening the lethal there. So Rek'Sai
dies to Broadway.
Yes, she does. But you have to play her. You have no option.
Yeah. I mean, and going down to 2 health. I mean, even if he didn't have the rally, a Mystic Shot,
a Shock Blast. Anything at that point.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
a small gust of breeze, and that'll do it with the rally.
This Jace Lark deck keeps pulling wins.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid deck. I don't know, I like it quite a bit. I was recommending it a fair bit last season when it was on the come up and becoming a little bit more popular. Maybe got to start recommending it again this season too.
I really gotta take a look at his list again. See what all... Although it doesn't matter now because we won't see it again this round, but, it is just... you've got good removal. I mean, I think 3 damage right now is a solid... you've got solid threats that you can take out with that.
Yep. Thermo Beam is good right now as well.
Yeah, Thermo's nasty. I agree with the 2-of. I've always thought that a 3-of Thermo Beam is just super clunky. Man, seems like Dave has got his finger on the pulse.
Yeah, he's really been fine-tuning that deck and working on it for a couple seasons now, and I'm really glad to see that it is paying off for him. And Squallywag is running it back with the Lurk in this matchup. This should be a good one for him. Pantheon, of course, can struggle with wide boards.
So, attacking on odds, though, with no odd feels pretty bad for Lurk there, huh?
Yeah, that's...
We gotta... Oh, wow. I might have played the fish here to pick up some tempo, but I guess the 2-3 is a decent blocker into this goat.
But what if you miss?
Probably want to remove it? Yeah, I miss... Oh, true. No, you can't do it with the goat on the board. Yeah, you can't.
What if you miss? Like...
Even if you hit, it only does 1 damage.
No,
you need to hit Rek'Sai.
You gotta believe in the heart of cards in that moment. Squallywag, you just have to know in this game.
Holy!
Would have done it!
Oh!
Should have believed.
He did predict, though. He had to predict with he used.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Good memory, General. You're saving me and Monty from the full copium.
We're looking like a bunch of scrubs here, Sqweeb. Can't even remember what happened half a second before. The moment the card's off screen, it's out of our brains.
And what's bad here is a gem stops you from attacking.
It really does.
You can't. I mean, you have to though. You have to start stacking your lurk. I mean,
you really can't skip
here.
You still just take your attack, right? Because it only gets. Oh, I mean, you can't know that there's a bright steel in hand, but
you can't. Oh god.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit doomed. Maybe if you're the Pantheon player, you're really happy in this position. You just got a free unit. You're working towards your level up condition. Sure, they've got a Rek'Sai, but you've got board control, and that's what matters.
And I think playing the second unit was. I mean, I know he's behind. Playing the second unit was really greedy.
Was it? I mean, like, we obviously know it was greedy because we have caster vision, but if you're the lurk player in that position, you're playing against a Pantheon deck that only has, what, a total of 12 units?
I was just really... I'd be really worried about the 8, just the barrier. And if I'm going to attack, I want to force him into committing another pump spell on the same turn where he's already used the gem, so that he doesn't have a next turn.
Yeah. I mean, the barrier is the same thing, right? You're wasting a trigger there.
That's true.
But yeah, I hear you. I think taking your one attack, your attack's already scuffed. Trying to develop another unit for a better one is maybe a little bit greedy in that spot. Although I don't play Lurk at all. I don't think it's a good deck, and this is kind of the reason why.
So, same. It's been around for seasons. I have 0 LP or mastery points on both champions.
Yeah.
So,
I bought the Pike skin because I was like, oh, Lurk looks like a lot of fun. I played 3 games of Lurk, missed Lurk on turn 1 every single time. Never touched the deck again. Skin is sitting there in my collection unused. Feels bad, man.
You are dead to me.
Zenith being drawn for what feels like the first time out of like 5 Pantheon games that we've seen.
Right?
Yeah.
Zenith just doesn't... Today is not the day for Zenith Blade.
Davebo,
God,
true skill though.
At 5 of 6, you attack, you've got a 7/6. So you're going to take out, well...
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you attack with Rek'Sai.
You have to, but...
You can't attack with that one, though.
No. Pike spell next turn. I mean, the point is you're pumping up your Pike spell. You lose the Rek'Sai, but at this point, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, it's not over for Squallywag, clearly, because he does have that Pike. And the Pike's been the Pike has been pumped by double Rek'Sai now, so...
It should be at 6. Because it's a +4 to lurk right now.
Yeah, that's good math.
Assuming there's no call to pack bug going on.
And you could, even if you wanted to, you could hit your Snapjaw Swarm and give it potentially another 1 to 2 damage.
Yeah. Not necessarily the worst play this turn, but maybe just wants to look to get the Zerzerath, the Under Titan, down instead.
And that is at 6 right now, though. So I think you could play Snapjaw this turn to pump it up. But looking at the hand of Davebo, he looks like he's pretty well positioned to stop anything that Squally tries.
Yeah, not having a unit to attack on turn 1 when we had attack token for Lurk you're seeing the damage of that right here, because we really would like to be curving, into those 5 cost into 5 cost next turn, swinging with the Spell Shield Overwhelm. Not having that attack buff is devastating. Yep, here comes the Pike.
Squallywag finding an opening here. Now that Davebo's tapped below this Concerted Strike, the Pike is super safe to come down.
And you can also hit your Snapjaw Swarm this turn. which will do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be threatening quite a bit here. Especially if we're lucky enough to hit another Rek'Sai. And Squally kind of showing us that he is a lurk gamer, hitting lots of champions today, so might do it again here.
Oh, this is really good too, because now if you swing with the Snapjaw, the 3/5 won't be able to block unless it wants to die. It's probably getting the damage in for free, although we are still at a healthy 20 HP here on the side of Davebo.
And it hit the Rek'Sai!
Gamer! Lurk gaming!
Wow.
Monty, some players are truly just built different.
You said it, Squeebs. Some players are truly just built different. The Rek'Sai found off the top. But the Pantheon from Davebo! And he is going to be able to play this alongside the Concerted Strike this turn, having banked exactly enough mana.
And the Pantheon's at 4 out of 5 right now. He can, if he needs to, he can also just burst level it with the Sharp Sight. Oh, he doesn't have Sharp Sight.
Used it last turn.
Dang it.
Feels like both players are built a little differently. We'll see who comes out on top in the uniqueness contest.
Yep. I think Davebo is looking pretty locked at this point, Squeebs. General, what are you saying? How do you feel about this?
I think Davebo's got him locked down. You drop the Pantheon, because even though the Pike would level, that the one copy of the one copy of Spear of Bone Skewer is gone. Mm-hmm. So unless you have a second Pike in hand, which I am never going to play around, you can Concerted Strike the Pike and just take the damage from the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I like it a lot. You can even Concerted Strike the Rek'Sai and put the Pantheon under the Pike.
Yep. Oh yeah. Because then, because he won't kill the unit, so his passive won't trigger, so you don't care.
It is a little bit sketchy to second Pike, but I think you're okay with it at this point. You're at 20 HP.
Yeah, I mean, if he was able to draw a second Pike on you, it just wasn't meant to happen.
Sometimes they have it. This is not one of the worlds where they do have it. Davebo looking extremely strong here with Squallywag sitting on a measly 2 HP. Even with the cosmetic board diff happening, Davebo is holding it down for the free-to-play players, although sporting the pup, so not totally free-to-play.
I do think that the, if you wanted to be ultra safe, the Pantheon...
if you want to be ultra safe, you just bench both your units and you swipe the Pike, right?
Yeah. I mean, because that way, no matter what, you kill him. If they Bone Skewer, if they do whatever, you're going to live this turn.
Yeah,
and you attack with Pantheon next, and he's just dead.
That was a pretty fast game one, so I'm willing to bet there are a couple games left in this set for us, but maybe not, because there aren't that many players left in this tournament for us to watch. We can maybe get into Infinipatrons versus Luna if they're still going on. Otherwise...
I like it.
Okay. I have Infinipatrons. You do have Luna, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, we'll get that one up on screen for you guys. We haven't been able to showcase Infinipatrons today, I don't think. Excellent player, good guy, love to see him. Let's see how he's doing in this game.
Oh, looks like it's the Pantheon Mirror. Yeah. You know what? And we were just talking about the little bit of difference in the deck lists earlier. Let's see if we can find Luna.
I see a Pantheon, and then I see no Pantheon. I see two Pantheon, and then I see no Pantheon. Looking a little bit tough for Lunari's side here.
Yeah, not the best spot to be in. This mirror matchup when you're down a unit, especially one as critical as Pantheon, is really tough. Luna doesn't even have a faded unit here to be building up. Just got to invest into this Brightsteel Protector. And this is the second Zenith Blade coming down on it. No other option.
There in the spots like these, there's not even much opportunity for outplay. In these mirror matches, when you're getting outdrawn by the key unit, there's so little you can do to come back. I mean, the main thing here would be like if Infini taps out, and then we're able to get a concerted strike down on the Pantheon. But there's not many worlds where that can... Oh, we do have the single opportunity here, actually, huh?
Yeah, we could take the Pantheon out, but then we're still just eating 8 damage to the face.
Yeah.
And of course, now there's a third Pantheon available to Infinipatrons as well. This one is looking maybe a little bit doomed.
I mean, it doesn't look good. Just looking at the deck list between the two of them, they look fairly similar. The main difference being that Luna has decided to include triple Broadwing, and Patron has taken the Taric in his.
Okay. And
wait, did
I flip those?
Did Lunari forget to put Pantheon in the deck, though, is my question.
No, he's in there. I checked. They're both at the same number of stacks right now. Just not coming to the hand. Doesn't want to sky drop in just yet. Waiting to make a grand skyfall. It's Pantheon's alt name. League reference for
That's a good one.
any League gamers that may or may not be watching the stream. I'm doing my best to channel my inner freak.
Oh, you know what? Interesting thing and I actually really like this tech from Infinipatrons. He's got a 2 of Confront in his... I don't know if I like 2, but I do like the idea of having that Confront so you can remove key backline, value generators. And also being able to choose your attacks is just so powerful.
Now, Sqweeby, you were talking a little bit earlier about how you felt that Yordles and Arms Tristana deck is maybe a little bit more favored than into this Pantheon list than the stats would say. And somebody else I know, another very good gamer, Grandpa Roji, and of course Infinipatrons as well, are both on this Confront tech to kind of mitigate that matchup a little bit. As General very smartly pointed out, very correctly identified, you can just jam that Confront onto your White Flame and then pull away those backline units like Mare, like the Grandfather phase. 1/2s are very, very yummy food for hungry dragons, especially damaged ones.
It's cool, but you need a unit for it to be good. Otherwise, it's a dead. You need White Flame for it to be good, or Seeker, I guess. But I think the secret to the Yia deck is you just shouldn't care that much about your engines. Hopefully you can just squeeze it out. Immediately you're getting the Fae discounted, and then you're good off Lantern, pretty much. You don't even care that much about any of the backline engines, aside from maybe Grandfather Fae getting a few buffs off. So, in theory it could be good, but I still don't think it stops the main problem of the deck, which is just not having enough units all the time.
Yeah.
That's fair. I could say the same thing about any of your strike spells. I mean, this is a very spell heavy deck.
Exactly. That's more spells in the deck. I'm not too worried about it. Oh no, they get to 2 for 1.
Oh,
I just play 3 units out.
I don't think we're adding more spells. I think we're swapping spells. I don't think
Yeah.
Patron's actually dropped 2 Guiding Touch.
Yeah.
For the Confront.
Got it.
Yeah, that's the swap I expected.
I might be more scared of the heal I don't know. It's a little 6 dozen of one, half of the other. I think you're never going to make that matchup that good without doing the judgment thing like you said.
Yeah.
That's the biggest bailout I think you can get into the Yia decks.
But honestly, that's just so rough. It requires you to keep up so much mana. And can you really afford to do that when you need to be playing out these early units? I've won the Pantheon into Yia matchup, and to win that matchup, I feel like you need to be slamming out a 1-drop, a 2-drop, a 3-drop. You can't really play for the Pantheon flip in that matchup.
And then find Overwhelm to close the game.
Yeah,
that's you have to have so much go right to win that matchup, and the Yia side doesn't need that much to go right to win it. And we do see second Pantheon coming down here, and third Pantheon being played for any Infinipatrons. Truly flexing the Pantheon diff in the deck. Broadwing going to be taking this Bastion down, really trying to protect the only unit right now on Lunari's side. A single coming down to give this stun so we can just push a ton of damage this turn.
Yeah, and I think that's probably going to end up being lethal here from the side of Infinipatrons.
Let's just watch the scout drop.
No scout. So, not quite lethal. Spoke maybe a little bit too soon here. Did get augment though.
It will give him, because he has augment.
Yeah.
If he pops it, that's lethal.
So
Infinipatrons, good player, probably going to find that line.
Well,
Hopefully
Lunari
uses the eye.
has the option of playing this Yuumi here, so.
Oh, true.
Do you play the Yuumi or do you play the confront and kill?
Kill the 3/2?
Yeah.
It's the same either way, but confront sometimes wins you the game. Yuumi is not doing much for you here, so.
Looking at Luna's hand, though, I don't think there's much here that's going to win him the game.
Yeah.
But I guess you got to play for the future.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough call. Maybe also just doesn't know that confront works, or not confront. Sorry, cataclysm works through stuns.
Right. Sorry, stuck on the 2 mana spell.
That's okay.
Yeah, definitely just drag Yuumi and murder her. Whatever. I mean,
I
guess
this is fine too.
Yeah, get rid of the one unit that actually matters.
Could probably go AFK on an Infinipatrons side here and still win this match. So really any sequence of buttons and clicks that are pressed is going to be fine.
He just rolls his face across the keyboard for the win.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to believe in Luna, but I just don't. I don't see anything here coming to his rescue. It's
White Flame, good card. 5 turns too late, though.
Yeah. I mean,
and
even
no
if
Pantheon.
Even if you White Flame into Zenith Blade, it's still just gonna be up. What, a 4/6? You know.
There's just nothing Lunari can do here.
Monty, how deep are we into Lunari's deck here?
Let me take a peek at that for us.
Yeah,
24 cards.
Alright, 15 in, no Panth. I mean, I've seen lower rolls than that. It's not unheard of. But 3 in the top, probably 15 as well for Infinipatrons.
28 cards left. Although he's cycled a little bit. He's cycled some Pantheon back into the deck.
Yeah.
So about the same. We've got the Concerted coming down just to show what we had. And this is looking to be the lethal swing here. Nice, well played from Infinipatrons.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that is the last game in the set or not. If it is, I would imagine Infinipatrons went 2-1. If not, we may have one more on our hands, and then we can see who does finish 2-1.
Sqweeby, now as far as like spell ratioing in Pantheon, I've been on 2 Confront, 2 Aegis, but it looks like tonight we've been seeing a lot of 1 Cataclysm.
Oh yeah, I've seen the split of like 1 Cataclysm, 1 Aegis.
My current list is on 1 Cataclysm, 2 Aegis, I think. I like having 3 rallies. I was thinking about adding a 2nd Cataclysm because I do quite like the card, but it can get a little bit clunky at that point.
Right. I mean, and it is like you've said multiple times tonight, Monty. You know, it is a powerful way to end. You know, you can end the game with it. You know, you bring your leveled Pantheon or your enormous White Flame with Overwhelm, and you could be threatening 15 damage on one swing.
It also just works towards both your champions' win conditions, and like you said, as I pointed out multiple times already, it is that win condition in and of itself when you have a Zenith Blade unit that's been built up to those uncontestable sizes, let's say. So, it looks like that round did end up. That's the end of our Swiss. Going into our top cut, we are just waiting on the round to finalize, and the brackets, the score to be reported and all that good stuff to happen. Are you guys doing okay? Do you want to cut to a quick break before our top cut here? Maybe
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, let's
well
make chat miss us a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
They don't know how good they got it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. All right, chat. Well, thank you guys once again for joining us here today. I'm MonteXristo. I'm joined by GeneralSchwartz and Sqweeby. We're so thrilled to be here with you guys, and we're just going to be cutting to a quick break before coming back for the top cut of your $100 daily, not daily, your $100 Wednesday night tournament, brought to you by Mastering Runeterra. We'll see you guys soon. Stay right there. We are live. Welcome back to your Wednesday night Mastering Runeterra $100 tournament. I'm MonteXristo. I'm joined by Sqweeby and GeneralSchwartz, and we're so excited to be bringing you guys this top cut. Guys, we had a great 4 rounds of Swiss. We had some highlights. Do you guys want to just briefly recap some of the amazing Runeterra we saw and maybe mention some standout moments for you?
General, you want to take it first? Yeah.
Oh, I've just got to say, way back, that lurk, that 7 attack, the 2 mana free attack fish, just to finish off the Riven, that Riven Fizz matchup. Just pulling it out with the lurk early on. I believe that was out of Squallywag.
Yeah, that was...
I have really enjoyed seeing Davebo continue to dominate with Jace Lux. Favorite moment, though, would have to be the secret wall-up tech coming through to surprise us all. You don't get to see that every day.
Yeah, it was definitely fun. Unfortunately, it changed the outcome of that. Well, unfortunately for Elchelero, it changed the outcome of that match. But fortunately for Squallywag, because they did end up coming into this top cut with... as first seed, I believe, if I'm correct. Let me just bring up the bracket one more time, and we can give a rundown, a really quick rundown of our top 4. So, actually, it looks like all 4 of our top 4 are at 3-1, with Davebo, Infinipatrons, Squallywag, and Broken Ball finishing 3-1, carrying a 75% win percentage across the board.
Jason just missing out, also coming in at 3-1. But I believe there were some buys in the mix there.
Yeah, unfortunate for Jason there, did get a little bit shafted with the drops, and thus didn't have the tiebreakers to make it into the top cut because he didn't get to play the games. But what can you do? Price of putting on the show, I guess. You gotta suck it up and put up for the players that have turned out for your tournament. It happens. He'll get to tune in and enjoy this broadcast instead, I hope.
But yeah, we're looking at a really good top 4 here. Monty, we were talking in the production room about covering Broken Ball, very strong European player who we have not been able to see much of this tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get Broken Ball on stream as well. We were talking a little bit about that before we tuned back in, before we activated the broadcast again. So, with that, they are actually getting into game, so the bans are probably going to be coming out here pretty soon. And then we'll get to see what these players have queued up for us. What do you guys expect to see coming out first?
Well, so looking at BB's lineup, he's got the Ari Lulu, Fae Pile with Tristana Nar, and then a Jace Trundle Timelines deck. You know, we had talked about earlier that he's actually running 3 of It That Stares, you know. He's a little questionable, but he made it to the top cut, so what do I know?
Yeah, also 3 Ice Veil Archers, and still on the Boom Baboons, which is a tech that I personally am not super fond of. I've reworked my list quite significantly to not include those. BB obviously still finding success with it, though.
I will say,
I wonder what the
earlier in
ban will be, too.
See the win off of the Boom Baboons, being able to drop the Chompers to drag away blockers to allow the Big Pig, drop the transformation off of Ice Pillar into the 8/8 to win that Action R matchup.
That was definitely a highlight for me as well. Super strong moment coming out there. Wrath of the Freljord, very, very powerful card coming out of this newest expansion, A Curious Journey. Super exciting to see when it comes off of that Timelines pillar, like you mentioned there, General. Sqweeby, you were mentioning the bans, and I gotta agree. Yes. This is a tough one here. I think, not even gonna lie to you, you might have to take out the Ari Lulu. It is kind of built to destroy Demacia. Of course, you have Jace Lux, but as B-Ball, you might just respect ban that. It is Davebo's signature. And we do have the Mulligan and the Game Start B-Ball on the Tristana. Davebo also on the Tristana. We got a mirror match on our hands, gents. And B-Ball looks set.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the grandfather phase here look really, really strong. The Yia could come into play here. The grandfather Fae being picked up for Davebo is pretty huge. We don't have other regions in either of their hands, actually, which is kind of interesting to note. But usually the deck with Yia first is a little bit favored. Picking up the Trist 2 on Davebo's side, quite good.
Yeah, so do you ever just play the Trist out here, Squeebs?
I really don't. I don't know if I'm playing it, like, optimally, but I'm usually just, like, holding Trist, trying to avoid Buster Shots, which are being run in the deck, so I'm often playing her on 4 health when she's already leveled. Yeah. Especially in this mirror match, like, just the threat of losing her and, like, the potential upside of just getting a little bit of extra damage on each of your units, I don't really think it's worth the risk. Especially because you're already going to be trading into like low health units on your opponent's side. So I'm often holding her until she's leveled in the hand.
Yeah, that
makes. I find it a little interesting here playing Mare instead of Lantern, or I mean, I guess I let you get the Owlcat out.
Yeah,
but
I was going to comment on that as well, because I think it's a really intelligent and a really mana-efficient line coming out of Davebo here. It's going to let him absolutely maximize what he wants to get out of this turn. He can go Gleaming Lantern into Gleaming Lantern,
yep.
And then still play his Grandfather Fae, which is buffed up because it did come out of that Fae Sprout, so you don't feel really too bad about losing the buff off of it.
Right. And I would definitely agree with Sqweeby, just because if you play the Tristana at 3 health into a lot of matchups, a lot of people are running Get Excited. There's the Buster Shot, and even if you are playing her on curve, you're either going to burn a buff spell, which you may not even have the mana for if you're playing Grandfather Fate previous, and even if you Ranger's Resolve next turn, you could just get Pokesticked right to the face.
There's just a lot of better 3-mana plays that this deck can be doing than playing Trist. Trist is like kind of a late game finisher in this deck, mid to late game. So right now, this is a really interesting game to watch because both players are pretty evenly matched. We see 2 lanterns on each of their sides. We see, a good, like an even cards in hand. The main difference right now being a Rally versus a Yia, but even both Rangers resolves as well. So this is gonna showcase a lot of skill in this matchup, a lot of opportunity for skill expression so far.
Yeah, Rangers resolve maybe gonna come out here. Does save the Lantern. Not sure how important that is, but not sure if it's also going to be able to find any more value in this matchup. As you mentioned, the Yia is looking to be coming out pretty soon, although it is not quite yet activated.
So, we don't have a lot of... Actually, we don't have a lot of refill right now on Davebo's hand, right? Outside of Pokestick, and we have Yia in hand, even though it's not activated. I might be prioritizing our board more than B-balls here, just because we have the Yia. So, we could run into a situation here if we trade our whole board off, that we're going to be a little low on refill.
I might argue to just take a little bit more damage, and be able to have like an effective Yia next turn.
Exactly. Yeah, even if it's not full buff, I don't think we are anywhere close to enough regions. We're probably 3 out of 4 with not another region in sight. Oh, 2 out of 4. Yeah. Yeah, so playing Trist here is fine. We do have backup for Rangers if there was a Buster Shot. But we're not going to have refill. Like, we just gave up our board and we had Yia advantage. We could have been playing it here, getting a buff, and then making B-ball trade the entire board while also keeping our board. Those are the kind of tempo swings that you need to be looking for here. And it looks simple because we all have been trained to, just trade out units effectively, good trade here, trading up here. But you really got to think about your boards in a different way when you're running these Yia mirrors.
I'm really glad you touched on that, Squeeb, because to me, this looks like a really good play from Davebo. He's going to be able to start building up this Tristana. She's going to start stacking that impact damage. Any unit he draws from this point onwards is going to gain impact. It's going to build Tristana, as I've mentioned, of course. And that Yia is still there. It's still ready. It's still waiting. It's looming.
Oh, the Petrosite Broadwave. I had forgotten about Davebo having this in his deck.
B-Ball does not run this card, and here you're going to get to see the power of it. You're going to be able to double trade and remove a Grandfather Fey. That's really, really huge here. Obviously, you just want to have more units than your opponent. Also gave a crucial third region here, so kind of showcasing the power of this tech in this turn.
And now, do you ever just fire this Yi off anyways? I know we just talked about how it's waiting in the wings, but...
So here, I don't think you need to, because you're already threatening good amount of damage with Trist, and like if you can just force bad trades for B-Ball to like chump block and stuff, you're gonna get a lot more value out of it later, as opposed to like full trading the board now and opting to take the 6 damage. I think you're in a good spot. Also, you can like keep it defensively when you're ahead, so that the only chance that B-Ball would have to come back into the game would be a big Yia. Then you play yours to counteract it. So I kind of like it for that reason.
And this
do you go Pokestick to the mayor here? I mean...
Oh, like what is that play?
Yeah.
I would maybe be Pokesticking face at this point. If we didn't have Trist on board, maybe we're Pokesticking units or saving it. But here we already are going to be able to threaten a good amount of chip damage because of the impacts. So getting Mayor to 1 HP doesn't seem super important.
Maybe I'm broken, but I kind of trade to get that. I want that squirrel off board, right? Oh, yeah, just use a sharp sight,
Yeah, I actually didn't like that Pokestick last turn at all, because it really does open you up to the rally. If you keep the Pokestick, the rally's completely nullified, and if it happens, it ends up being really good for you. But I understand the necessity behind, or the thought process behind casting it. The implied necessity, the felt necessity. Although we can see it wasn't really required.
Oh, yeah.
And here you're ideally looking to hit refill off of that, like another Grandfather Fey, although Quick Attack is like sort of doing the same thing. You're just going to be like forcing bad trades, chump blocks. But again, I think that turn where we traded Dave's whole board, although we're still in a somewhat of a commanding lead, we would have been a lot more ahead had we taken some more damage and played the Yia.
I'm pretty sure that B has got to be at that's got to be Rangers.
Yeah.
Right
now.
What is Ball's Yordles and Arms at? He's got to have it. I mean, because he's hit.
Noxus, Bandle, Ionia, Demacia in hand. There's the Yordles and Arms. He's got the rally. Yeah. This might be game over for Davebo.
Yeah.
He has to clear the board right now. Like, you can't play you know that you don't have yours active, and his, if you don't know that it is, it most likely is. So you've just got to threaten damage. Problem is, if he just blocks one, he can toss away a mare, and then you don't kill him.
And this squirrel is going to live, and then actually, has mana for it. Has mana for the Ranger's Resolve as well this turn. Ooh. So the squirrel can live, and then it's going to keep all the buffs going into next turn as well.
I wonder if you're ever supposed to shoot the Buster shot here first.
Yeah.
Because B-Ball is on 2 Rangers.
I thought we were supposed to use the Buster shot last turn, to be honest.
I honestly kind of wanted to just trade the Trist. Like, maybe that's wrong, but I give the sure exchange. But I guess
if this Buster shot is a Trist, I might agree. If it's not a Trist,
it is a Trist.
It is a Trist. Yeah, I probably agree then that I would have traded it.
I think you make the sure trade with the Tristana into the squirrel, so that he doesn't have the chance to build it up bigger. You drop your another 3 mana Trist who's still going to have the damage buff.
This is just so bad for Davebo.
Yeah. I mean, because he's...
You got a Pokestick here on the stack, and now I might be shooting the 4-2 just in case of another Pokestick top deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's a little bit dire.
I don't care about the mayor that much.
Yeah, I don't care about the mayor either. I want to be
I would
shooting the
pokey
fort
stick
too.
up.
And there it is. Like that's
Damn,
just
punished.
Yeah, punish. Because you could trade potentially with the
This is a really rough position to be in. That's a good pickup. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late.
I mean, and the scout, that scout unit with Yordles and arms, is just going to be enormous.
Frist is going to be able to trade, and then you're going to be able to chump block.
You can't even trade, like, because it's going to be at 9-10.
If you play Yordles and arms, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fair.
Which you probably have to do, or you can Buster Shot it too, and not Yordles and arms. That's not terrible. Actually, Buster Shotting and not Yordles and armsing is probably correct, because if you find refill, you can Yordles and arms.
Yeah,
like if you find a Grandfather Fay or Mayor Telescope.
I just want to say, like if he's had 3 Pokey Sticks, he's could have had opponent on 3, and then that impact would have meant a lot more. But it doesn't matter here. He's basically dead.
No scout attack. Kind of interesting.
Hey,
You can rally and take the scout attack, right?
True.
yeah. As long as you as long as it's the first scout attack, then in a turn, then you can take it.
Yeah, it's something that people have kind of forgotten about. But either way, it wouldn't have mattered in this situation. It ends up being the exact same.
Yeah, I've learned a painful lesson playing scouts. Opts not to take it.
Yeah, it's not the best rally there, but I'm a little...
But why take it here? I mean, I guess you get the attack again next turn, but...
Do you? Yeah, now? I guess you do.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And you just win. No.
Nope.
Do you? No, you don't.
Nope.
Sorry, I thought that was a sharp sight. That is a Rangers.
Yep. Yeah, you trade out board evenly, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, if he attacks, because it's quick attack... Oh, no, he still has barrier.
This is...
looking good for...
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Needed to block the other way.
Yeah.
But I understand why he blocked this way.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Found a
we found
seedling.
seedling.
Wow. These mirrors get so strange.
Yeah, they're really weird. It like really all came down to that one turn and how we blocked with full board. That's everything that's happened since has stemmed from that one turn.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is just a drawdown at this point. They're both at 23, 24 cards. Like,
But
whoever
also,
draws Telescope or Grandfather Fay first.
Wow!
And they both draw Gnar.
But Davebo has the token.
Yep, that's huge. Huge.
and he gets the strike and the stick.
And he gets the full swing to threaten a lethal here, so there has to be a block from B-Ball.
I don't think you even give the stick to the opponent Gnar, because then he can level and threaten lethal on you.
That's true.
Because this isn't lethal, even if he Pokesticks, and this is where I wish he would have stuck a face at least.
Had we put
once
that
there.
Pokestick face, yep.
Yeah, or even on this 4-2, it would be off the board right now. That
yeah,
mayor...
the 4-2 was so much worse than the mayor.
The mayor did nothing.
Yeah, just so unfortunate.
That's the thing with this deck, too. It's been, like, baked into our brains before this deck that Mayor and Lantern are these crazy cards you have to remove, but once you've gotten the value out of them, they're not doing anything. Like, who cares about 1-mana discount when you're empty on hand? And Tenor is sick. This is why Monty and I main deck this card.
Mm-hmm.
You guys should main deck this card. It's so strong. Just for situations like this, you've gotten your opponent really low. How are you going to close it out? Pretend we didn't top deck a Gnar. Tenor would be winning us the game right now.
Absolutely. Of course, Gruff Grenadier also does a little bit of that.
Oh,
And the
wow.
rally picked up.
Wow.
So here you just threaten to block the Gnar. You block.
You have to block both.
Yeah. You block both. You Gnar your Gnar blocks their Gnar, or I guess not. You just block this way. Davebo says this is
All
okay.
you need is tenor to hit. You need one tenor impact and you win.
Yeah.
You know why even? You've got the rally. You've got 2 chances to do it, and he has to. Not only does he have to pokey stick your base, which doesn't matter, he also has to find a way to stop the 2 other attackers because you're at 1 health.
I don't think this game was like perfectly played from either side, but it was fairly even for most of the game.
Yeah.
So there was some good skill expression there, and then it came down to Gnar being drawn on attack token versus non-attack token. So really close. Good job to both players for keeping it close that long. But Davebo is able to close it out there in the mirror match.
I just think it's nuts that he was able to survive and make it through with never having his Yordles and Arms active while the opponent, I really feel like Ball had a lot of the momentum there.
And game 2 already on its way. Davebo on that Yuumi Pantheon that we've been talking so much about today. And of course B-Ball running it back on the Yordles and Arms deck. Clearly a believer like Sqweeby that it does have a really good shot into Pantheon.
I like the telescope keep here too because it's hard to get Targon as a region, so like getting those hard to find regions is major. You play Grandfather here every single day of the week, and now you're just getting crazy buffs on it. It's fine we don't have a Lantern. You can play Telescope into Owlcat next turn. Could take it a little slower with the Mayor route as well. It doesn't really matter too much, honestly, which way you go from this point.
A bit ironically, Telescope is really good into its own region. The Silences and Crescent Strikes, super good pickups off of the Celestial pool into this Pantheon deck. Allowing you to... Go ahead.
I was going to say, you get someone who just dropped their Zenith Blade and then you silence their unit. That can be backbreaking.
Yep, absolutely, and it feels so good as the Loping Telescope player. Unfortunately, it feels really bad from the other side. This attack comes through, just going to block the goat, minimize the value that it gets. And B-Ball's future turn, probably just going to be looking to play this Tenor of Terror here. Actually says, nope, Vandal City Mare. Protopora can be played this turn. Blasco and Seedling can be played this turn. Tenor, potentially a pickup for future turns. Lots of decent options here.
With as wide as your board already going to be, do you want double Tenor?
No, I think double Tenor is probably too clunky, right? I think this Pora is what you want because it's going to activate this this Buster Shot.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Where did that other Tenor come from in hand?
I thought that was
Telescope. Oh, good. Okay, yeah. I mean, we have a fairly good draw here from Davebo, too. We have, like, a lot of early units. This is, like, exactly what you need to be seeing. We haven't been able to push damage yet, either, on the side of B-Ball. A little unfortunate. So, Davebo has what they need to survive the early game onslaught here, although it is going to get scary pretty fast with all of these impact units being summoned and a leveled Trist on the way.
Yeah, things are going to get scary for Davebo pretty quickly. Does have that board that we talked about being so crucial in this matchup with the White Flame. Had the goat down early, so has a gem to be able to heal it a little bit. Has those rallies, has more Saga Seekers, even has some barriers in there. Maybe not looking like the end of the world, but as you mentioned, Squeebs, level Tristana, going to become a massive threat.
Ooh. I like shooting the White Flame there,
yeah,
I think.
I think you try
it. You shoot it, you make them have Sharp Sight. If they have it, then you just swing with the Owlcat. Yeah. This is like kind of where you need to be removing their units. So if you force out the buff there, it's fine.
Did the pass stall the level up?
Potentially. Yeah, right? Yeah.
Then it's fine, right?
Okay,
yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I guess that makes it more fine.
Because you want to proactively You want to get them to proactively use their mana to work towards the Pantheon level up condition before reactively using spells.
Ooh, okay.
This just minimizes damage and gives the least outs, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That white flame is gonna be a problem.
I think we're gonna be okay here. Oh, Opsy
Wow.
fully take it. Just wants this Yordles and Arms board. It is active with the rally next turn. Not quite enough mana, but
Oh, man.
Gonna have to chump block something here, but you are gonna be able to play out a mare. So you can just opt to... I would trade a 3-2 here. Like, you definitely trade into the 3-2. Yeah, and then you probably just block the 4-4 with, at this point, I would say the Grandfather. Grandfather's already done his job. Everything else you kind of want to keep on your board. That looks right to me.
don't want to feed
Oh,
it.
I don't want to feed it. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this looks fine.
I think you're good with either decision there. HP is like you truly have 19 HP available to you against Demacia.
Oh, no. We can go wider. We should go wider here.
Yeah, we should go wider.
You play out probably Telescope, I would say. Probably Telescope. That's fun. Buried in Ice is cracked.
Buried in Ice
Great
is crazy.
Great pickup there. Bandle doing Bandle things. This is fine. I don't want to see anyone saying anything negative in the chat. We don't need to balance Telescope.
That pickup is honestly so good, you might take a pass now.
That's nuts. Because then following, like, if you buried an ice on his next attack token, you can Yordles and Arms for free.
Actually, I really like what you said, Monty. Like, you're straight up just dying if you... Yeah, you're straight up dying next turn if they find Overwhelm.
Yeah, like...
You've pushed... Because you've pushed no damage, you can't play Yordles and Arms here because you're never presenting lethal.
Yeah. You need to be killing with the Yordles and Arms rally, so the best way to do that is to take a pass, set up this Buried in Ice, and then go Yordles and Arms rally on a full board with nothing from their side.
Looking from Davebo's perspective, do you really want this Cataclysm here?
I don't think so.
I mean, Davebo is thinking there's a Yia coming in. I need to remove units. So I don't hate it because you can't really, like, you could play a rally, I guess. Oh no, you don't. I don't think you need to do it here. You're straight up dead if they have Overwhelm. You need to save this also, like, in case of Overwhelm. Buried in Ice really changes the calculus. You can just play Trist.
Yeah.
You can just play Trist and chill.
You can probably.
Yep. Great.
Yeah,
really good line here. Super good line here.
Yeah, you can attack with Trist here too because she is 9/4 at this point. So
unless you want to play the barrier unit, play the Brightsteel Protector.
That's true. The Brightsteel Protector probably comes out now, but then you do just get to go for that block into. It's a Buried in Ice turn that we wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, and he has to save. I mean, he has to save his mana. I mean, because next turn, what is it? 7 mana next turn, so he has to carry at least 2 spell mana over. I mean, yeah, just let it ride. Because, I mean, that rally doesn't mean much if you don't have any units.
Now, Davebo gonna rage. Doesn't know to play around the card that shouldn't exist in the deck. Decides to open attack. Might be considering it.
Well, I mean, I guess the things that you want to trim their board down, and the things that you'd be worried about are, like off Loping Telescope. Maybe you're thinking Crescent or a Silence, and you didn't get the Zenith. Clear their board, rally, and clear their board again.
Interesting that B-Ball opted to trade the Tristana. Really just wants to take the threat of this White Flame off the board.
That's another one again, doesn't he? Or is that a standard Buster Shot?
Oh, it is another Trist. Okay.
Yep. I think you flood here. Yeah, I don't think you're worried about, like, a Overwhelm into a rally. That just seems like a little bit too much to have and set up. Yeah. So I like this line. It's a little risky, but it's a winning line. Like then you just Buried in Ice next turn, or you can even Year Rally next turn. Year Rally next turn looks pretty strong.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think you even care about this rally. Chump it down, whatever.
Yep.
Like, he's got one card left in hand, and it ain't overwhelmed.
No Zenith again is like really hurting this deck. And that's like, as we've been saying today, you need such a strong hand from Panth to beat Yordles and Arms. And B-Ball didn't even really have the explosive opening. Wasn't able... It's still... What is this? Round 7, no damage pushed, and Panth is still losing this matchup because, yeah, we found all our units, but oh no, we didn't find a Zenith Blade, so I guess we just lose. And all of a sudden, this aggro deck is able to play it really, really slow because of Bandle card generation, just trading into your units, your opponent's board, and they don't have the same refill that you do. And it's going to be pretty easy to close out this game here. Pale Cascade being drawn is terrible.
He can't activate it. It does nothing for him. I mean, like, you've got to know that your opponent has the Yordles and Arms at this point.
You really do. They've been holding it all game. They've been waiting to play it out. They've had infinite time.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to go ahead and slam it here. And there's literally nothing you can do about it. This rally's coming, and you know it as well. Davebo going down in taking this set to 1-1. I forgot to update scores, question mark?
No. Yes. Broken Ball will be taking it to 1-1 with Yordles and Arms winning on both sides now, so that is out of the mix.
Yep. So we are going to see Pantheon from the side of Davebo into something from...
Yeah, so it depends on what he banned down. He's either going to be the Ari Lulu, or it's going to be Jace Trundle Timelines coming out of Ball.
Yeah, and I have to imagine it's going to be the Timelines here, because statistically, that deck is unfavored into Pantheon. I'm telling you, the statistics lie, and B-Ball is going to prove me a true sayer.
Oh man, just having that Buried in Ice hanging over your head is just so brutal. You know, the Three Sisters, and I will say the Ice Veil Archer. Just if you do take any time to develop, you know, sometimes if you don't take time to develop, your attack just ends up fizzling.
Yeah, that is true. And B-Ball finds the Timelines, finds the Trundle, finds the Pharaohs. This is the opening hand you want. Probably going to kick that Mystic Shot back, but the rest of this is fire.
Yep, and Buried in Ice, which Monty thinks should be put in the deck as main deck. We'll see if it deserves a spot here. I would much rather that Trundle second be a Buried in Ice.
Oh, there it is.
But concurrent Timelines in the opener. This deck feels a little bad when you don't draw Timelines, I will say. It just isn't getting to see its full power, so it's really nice when you are able to draw it.
I think you Pale right now and you get a favorable trade. You'll be at 2 health still, so you can't get Thermo Beamed, and you can heal next turn, get your Faded rolling, and cycle that card.
Yeah, Davebo definitely agrees with you. And I just want to comment on the pickup from the side of B-Ball. Hextech Transmogrifier, great card for this matchup. It's going to allow you to transform any one of those Faded units with Overwhelm on it into one of your units that maybe is not so threatening because you have Timelines and you can kind of cater what you choose.
I like this play from Davebo, going ahead and putting the Yuumi on. You know, you don't have anything, there's nothing that he can play that is going to kill this unit right now. And now, even if he transforms it, you are still going to have the buff from Yuumi. Although, interestingly enough, if it is transformed, Yuumi's level count resets.
That is interesting, and I did not know that, so thank you for the information. This Winter's Breath pickup, a little bit interesting in my opinion. I kind of like the Shaman's Call. Spending 6 mana for 2 0-cost things is not so bad when you get them at burst speed. But, of course, this Winter's Breath can be a defensive tool in this matchup as well, if need be. I imagine we'll see the Hextech Transmogrifier cast here, though.
Oh,
yeah, I
absolutely.
mean, there's no way to stop it, right? We tapped under single mana, going all in on this, and it's going to become a 2/2 with the Yuumi then? Or a
Yeah,
3?
it'll be a 2/2 with +2 from the Yuumi.
So it's
Okay,
a 4/4. Yep.
No overwhelm, though.
Nope. Thankfully, he did Daybreak the Zenith Blade, so he'll at least have that, and this will grow to a 5/3 next turn. So it is still a strong unit, and it is going to be a pain to remove. But it no longer has Faded, so it's a little bit more fragile.
And Troll Chant is a great pickup from the side of B-Ball here. Super good into these Demacia matchups which want to be trading through board and pushing damage through board. It's a great way to mitigate some of that. And of course the next Zenith Blade going to be played out from the side of Davebo here. Wants to continue to be able to push that damage and be a threat. Also going to stop this Trundle from attacking and enable this Cataclysm, which is going to be huge. Little does he know, though, second Trundle is available to B-Ball, and this is just playing into his hands in the long run. Of course, does want to be finding a couple copies of Buried in Ice to be able to play them, because things are going to start getting pretty threatening for Davebo pretty soon.
Yeah, B-Ball being at 20 health still at this point in the matchup is, like, really, really nice. You feel fairly safe. You're going to be able to draw into freezes and stuff later.
Do you not play the Pantheon right now? He's at 4 out of 5, and you could burst level one with Guiding Touch onto your unit, and they only have 6 mana.
Guarantee your Yuumi level up. You're getting that attack in every single time. Yumi's leveling up. She's leveled up for the rest of the game. It doesn't matter. You're not dying on their next swing. If your unit has Spell Shield from now on, it's not dying to Buried in Ice. It's not dying to anything without advanced setup. And you're getting that Spell Shield back every turn.
And he can also rally now. That's... You could put a barrier on your unit and just rally right now and force him to trade his Trundle again. I don't know if that's necessarily the best play, but you have options.
Yeah, when I said this looked decent for B-Ball being at 20 HP, didn't realize that Yuumi was leveling on that swing. This is kind of the crux of the matchup, as I learned painfully, although it is, I feel like, supposed to be favored because of Buried in Ice. If the Pantheon player is able to sneak a Yuumi level in there, nearly impossible to remove the unit. I mean, you're going to need to be Troll Chanting to remove the Spell Shield, and then Entombing or Buried in Icing, which takes at least 11 mana. So it's just extremely difficult to deal with these Yuumi-leveled units. And B-Ball is experiencing the flip side of that right now. Not even on 8 mana. Feels really brutal. We cannot do too much this turn.
Yeah, just wasn't able to get there, and is definitely going to be struggling going into this turn. Of course, giving Davebo the option to rally with nothing on the board here means B-Ball's likely just going to lose right now.
I mean, do you drop Pantheon first?
I don't even know if it matters at this point. Do you level Pantheon by rallying?
Pantheon's already leveled.
Then yeah, you probably just drop him.
But you can get another keyword by rallying first.
And then another keyword's worth it, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
No, but rallying here and then playing. Yeah, you get an extra keyword. This is good. I mean, if you got to keep the Panth player under the threat of Buried in Ice mana, if you can. If you can't do that or have freezes in the hand, all of a sudden it doesn't look so good. And that is what happened that game with Davebo taking it down over B-Ball in a 2-1 set. Fairly close games there up until that last one.
Yeah, even that last one, it was on a razor's edge for a little bit there. Unfortunately, Broken Ball just not able to find the Buried in Ice, which we mentioned multiple times, being that key card in the matchup, and wasn't able to close it out and prove me correct in my assessments. Might be calling me out on Twitter here. We'll see. We'll gotta check the Twitter sphere in a second. But we do have maybe one more match, if it's still ongoing. Let's see if we can get into it, or if it's been advanced.
Infini, where you at?
Away.
So maybe it has been concluded.
Not on it anymore, so that game must be done.
Yeah, that means we are going into our finals, which is going to be Davebo against... We don't know because we're waiting for score reports. But super excited to see Davebo back in another Mastering Runeterra finals.
That consistency is just like pretty insane, and doing it every time with Jace Lux, putting the deck on the tournament map. I may be a little biased here, but I would like to get the winner's interview with Davebo and just find out what the secret to cracking that meta was, and how we can all benefit from it.
You should go back and watch our VOD. We already asked these questions.
Oh, great.
These were asked the very first stream. Davebo won on our inaugural stream.
Yep, great. I'll go check them. Maybe we should link it in chat for other players so they can get the background on the Davebo legend that is unfolding before our eyes.
Let me get right on that so that way they can have it. By the time I get on it, stream will have caught up, and then it'll be perfect. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take me a minute to figure it out. Get it. But while I'm doing that, who do you guys think won this next matchup? Do you guys maybe want to go poking through the Discord and see if we can find a match report, maybe?
Yeah, let me see what I can find.
Doesn't look like it.
That's from a while ago.
Yeah, that's even before. I was talking about Top Cut. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So unless the bracket's been updated, we've failed you.
That's okay. I have almost found the Davebo interview here. I'm just trying to figure out the timestamp. Okay, looks like we got it. Perfect timing.
Just like we planned it.
Also, the stream is way further back than I expected. We'll have to wait a little bit before linking that winner's interview link in the chat, but that's okay. While we're waiting, I have no idea what to talk about.
Make any predictions?
Yeah.
You're gonna make a gentleman's bet on who won?
I'm gonna make a bet that Davebo is gonna win the whole thing again. That's a bet.
I meant the Infini one.
Ooh.
Who won in that set? As it's already over. I'm gonna put my money on Squallywag. Lurk can't get unlucky that many times, can it?
On the it has to.
You know what? I mean, he's just been built different today. You know, pulling Rek'Sai and Pike over and over again. You know, you don't doubt the hot hand.
Well, it looks like I am correct, and Infini actually did win again because the bracket's been updated, and hopefully we'll be able to get our finals started and on the way here pretty soon.
And once again, we go back to Lurk is trash.
Yeah, Lurk is trash. Doesn't matter if you can hit 1,000,000 Rek'Sais and Pikes. You're going to be losing to real decks that aren't coin flips every turn. And Infinipatrons doing a good job to come back from an early round loss that we saw, and has managed to find his way into the finals here against what I would call the reigning champ. I know I just won the recent one, but really Davebo is the reigning champ of these daily tournaments. So we have a good match here on our hand for the final.
Yeah.
Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but did Infinipatrons lose his early match to Davebo?
He might have. I'm not sure.
I can check that.
Did we get that on stream? We might have. I mean, I can look back to. I'm already in the bracket as well, so.
Yep, you got a good memory, General. It was Davebo taking down Infini in the literal first round. So this is a run it back for the finals. Infinipatrons coming back for revenge in this matchup, and it was the Akshan Nar list that dropped both games into Davebo.
That's
so
right.
Infini looking to find a win with that deck this time around. And I doubt the Davebo will be banning that deck.
Yeah. I honestly think that deck, and I've said it since the deck was created, that it's overrated. To be honest, I never believed in it. I thought it was just an early meta thing, and I'm really not surprised that it's fallen off. Do you guys kind of feel the same way, or do you feel differently about that Akshan Nar deck? Clearly Infinipatrons does, because he's still out here bringing it. Or he's actually on Akshan Renekton, isn't he?
No, I think Akshan Nar.
I think
wrote that.
Right, like it's Papercraft onto Ruin Runner is cute, but when your whole deck is based around that and trying to stall and find that combo, like you will have some games where you drop like a 12 damage double attack overwhelm with Spell Shield, but I feel like a lot of decks put out too much pressure for that to really thrive.
Yeah, I feel like it's just too much of an investment to for the payoff, We clearly saw it have some power. We did see it pop off OTKing somebody earlier today. I remember we saw the Akshan going off with the Absolver. It was like a 12-12 double attack Akshan. But I personally believe that the deck is just a little bit too fun.
Yeah.
It just does things a little bit too cutely. And Infinipatrons has loaded up the Darkness, which is not supposed to be a great matchup for Pantheon, but is on 2 Ruination, and found the both. Not really what you want to be seeing in your draws.
Also on triple Vengeance and a mini morph, so really like all in on the takedown Pantheon game plan. Yuumi, I would imagine, maybe makes this matchup like a little bit better, getting the constant spell shield.
Yeah, I think it's actually supposed to be a good matchup for Pantheon into like the non-Ruination lists, into the mini-morph lists that were running around before, because you can just spell shield, obviously, and the Darkness has to commit 2 spells, and they can't do that if you're open attacking because of the way the token works. But now that they've switched over to more copies of Vengeance, and they're putting Ruinations back in, and some of them are even back on the Aloof Travelers, these mid-range matchups, and especially this Pantheon matchup, gets a lot better for Darkness. So I would expect Infinipatrons to be about 50-50 into this list, maybe slightly favored. What do you guys think here?
I think he's got a good chance if he can get his Darkness going. And obviously, like, Vengeance just absolutely obliterates, that built-up unit. But I think if he can get Darkness going and get efficient trades with these units, he'll be in the driver's seat.
We don't have any Darkness generators in hand, though, which is like worth noting. We do have the nice Catalyzer into Robe Maker combo to buff it up and discount it. But yeah, we're gonna need to like find actual Darkness generators to be doing stuff with those positives.
I think we still have a bit of time to do that. This is not looking completely doomed yet. We do have this Vengeance, and of course 2 Ruinations available if things get really out of control. As we can see, as we're casters, we can see that Davebo has no ways to accelerate this Yuumi level up, and obviously no Pantheon of his own. So these cards from the side of Infinipatrons are going to be highly effective in dealing with the threats coming out of Davebo.
With this much stacked on this Saga Seeker, I'd be pretty tempted to toss a Vengeance.
Oh, I think that would be the correct play, even if we didn't have caster vision. You might want to try and bait it out, play this a little bit slower, but I think you're pretty okay tossing a Vengeance out here.
Yeah, there's only one Bastion in the deck of Davebo, so that would be a little bit of a blowout, given that we don't have any pings at the moment. But, it's a one-of, so you're not really playing around it. I think you are sending it in here.
And you trade, I think you trade Catalyzer into Goat and Vengeance, the Saga Seeker. Just if he sharp sets a Goat, oh well,
I would probably just pass here.
You could. You think?
Oh, sorry. I have the attack token wrong. Yeah, I would just pass. Let him commit the attack with the Saga Seeker next turn and kill him.
Oh, because it'll be at 2 out of 3. Oh, interesting. Going for the
Decides
aggressive
to
line
attack.
probably means we're following it up with a vengeance. I would imagine we're not just throwing away a 3/4 for fun.
Yeah.
Might
Yeah,
also
I guess-
just be okay slamming the miscall here. But yeah. Vengeance coming out. This is fine.
A fine line. Maybe they don't block, maybe they do, but I like throwing it down this turn. There is Bastion mana available. Don't know if Davebo is bluffing that intentionally, but not in the hand, so not going to be able to come down here.
Do you single combat or sharp sight to save your go?
A single. Because the sharp sight is worth more later, and it's going to help protect key units against like stuff like darkness. Whereas the single combat maybe is something we wanted to keep to deal with Senna or Vagar. So I don't know actually.
Yeah, I kind of like the sharp more for that reason. Never punished. We drew into it, but we don't have Broadwing or anything right now. Is that's in his version, right? Or no Broadwing actually, right?
No Broadwing.
Got it. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we're down on interaction in this list, so we probably want to keep our singles.
Yeah, I mean, because the way you lose is them dropping, Vygar and just blasting darkness at your face. Eliminating all your units and. He's only got one mini.
I believe Infini got the win on the Darkness deck in that first game as well. Or in whatever set we watched last with Infini. Just seemed very dominant on this deck, had all the answers, was very much in control of the game. Mm-hmm. And again, that's what we're seeing this game out of Infini. Just like keeping the hand total high and keeping the options on the table very wide.
Yeah, very slow, methodical gameplay, ensuring that this Yuumi doesn't level up, ensuring that he's not taking too much damage, that these units are always under threat of Darkness or Ruination or Vengeance or whatever needs to be cast, whatever he has available to him. And of course, here is going to be able to throw out the Darkness and take the open attack.
I think you just have to let this go.
This is brutal. Again, yeah, I don't know. The more I watch of Pantheon in these tournaments, like the last game it looked really good, but again here, we only have one unit in hand. How are we rebuilding a board after this? Like, we're just being picked apart by Darkness. Infini can do anything here. In total control of the game. Somehow if Senna dies, do we want to use Miscall? Do we want to use Rekindler? Extali coming down. There's just so many options. Meanwhile, Davebo, clunky hand of spells. Oh great, another Zenith Blade, a single, a Sharp Sight. Draw is good. Hush isn't doing too much right now. Like, these are just, it's not things that are going to help Dave get back into this game.
Yeah.
It's really tough because I feel like the deck wants you to do two things. It wants you to play your units, and it wants you to spend your spell mana proactively to work towards Pantheon level up. But if you're playing units on curve or spending your mana to protect them, to preemptively buff them, you don't have anything to respond with later. And then if your unit's removed, you are screwed.
Yeah, it's a similar game plan to Lee Sin, whereas Lee Sin just inherently has more protection in its regions, which make it a lot harder to remove Lee than a lot of these key built-up units.
I'm so glad you touched on Lee Sin, Sqweeby, because I agree, and I'm so glad you brought up the points you did, General, because I also have things to say about that. I think that proactivity in Legends of Runeterra is a terrible thing. You do not want to be proactive. Some cards reward it, like Zenith Blade, and in that situation it's fine because it acts as a soft pass more than a proactive play. It's just coincidental that it's a proactive play, and because of the nature of the card it works. But typically what you want to be doing in Legends of Runeterra is reacting to your opponent. So when you watch really, really good Pantheon Yuumi players play the deck, they somehow always find the cards they need, first of all, which is a skill in and of itself. But then, second of all, they play their cards in a way that forces their opponent to take the first action, letting them then respond with their spells. So a good sign of that is playing your 1-drop on turn 2 when you have the token on turn 2 instead of on turn 1. Or when you have Brightsteel curving into Brightsteel, that is a bit of a proactive play that you can take to level up your Pantheon. But really, you do want to be setting up these situations where you can answer your opponent's decisions and combat tricks.
Ruination and a half. I mean, with Senna on the board, it's so hard to take an attack because they can fast speed Ruination you. I mean, a lot of times I feel like you have to like hush her preemptively before if they let you develop an attack, you have to hush her prior to the attack just to be able to get it in.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And if a hush came out there, Davebo might have been looking to be in a bit of a better spot, but is really suffering here. Infinipatrons going to be able to just play out another Senna through the use of this Rekindler, and not feeling threatened at all, has another Ruination as backup. And Davebo with no threats on the board.
Passing on turn 9, full mana, just going to eat this 8. Outside of Pantheon getting lifesteal and guiding, not a lot of ways to get that health back.
And if you drop Yuumi, she just gets torched.
I think you have to play Yuumi just to cycle with this Pale Cascade.
Yeah.
This hand, look at this. This hand makes me want to cry in Davebo. I played Pantheon a good bit when it came out. I like the Shyvana versions and stuff. But man, this hand just does not make me want to play the deck, even after how strong it looked last game.
Davebo agrees with me, plays out the Yuumi, plays a Sharp Sight as well. But actually, no Pale Cascade just yet. Would have expected to see the Pale Cascade come out first, maybe keep more mana up, see what our next card is, and this is just awful.
I mean, in the single combat doesn't even matter. And there's another darkness. So.
None of this matters. This is just game over for Davebo. Infinipatrons has taken a commanding lead to this set, going up 2-1. Or sorry, 1-0.
I imagine we're gonna have to see if he can get the combo off with Narakshan.
We're assuming that deck has been left up again, but maybe Davebo felt differently this time around. We'll find out.
Was that a 20-0 Darkness beating Panth game?
I think it was.
Yeah. Pretty devastating defeat there. I mean, no Panth being drawn. A little unfortunate, but with the hand from Infini, it just never mattered what was drawn. I feel like Dave, whatever combination of cards, was never going to win that game.
I mean, and even if he did, like, take the, hush on Senna and the open attack, I mean, the Ruination afterwards still ruins your life.
Yeah, there's no stopping it outside of a Bastion. Like, it's the same thing as Buried in Ice. It's just so devastating.
Definitely, and it looks like the Narakshan deck is left up, and we're seeing not one, but 2 Nars in the opening hand here from the side of Infinipatrons.
Now, yeah, I kind of would have wanted to keep the Pantheon here. So,
I usually keep Pantheon myself. I don't know if that's correct or not.
I feel like it depends on the rest of your hand. If I don't have any early units, like I want to get something out before 4, and you know what, he gets it anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, let's see if all our trash talk, at least me and Monty's on Panth, comes back this game to bite us for Davebo's sake. I hope it does. Hand is looking a little bit better. Double Concerted Strike, a little bricky, but we are going to be able to stop some damage coming through this turn, opting not to take the swing on Infini's side.
Yeah, able to unbrick our draws a little bit as well with the Zenith Blade here, just reducing the chance of top decking a second, because it is just going to get automatically pulled out of our deck here.
Ooh, the Merciless.
Comes down, puts some threat onto this 4-6. Perhaps going to let it be traded off next turn, but of course we can see that Davebo does have some healing sitting there waiting.
Yeah, we won't have enough mana, unfortunately, to play a Concerted Strike onto the Gnar this turn. That may be something that we wanted to look to bank mana for, although here the Bright Steel, great premium pickup, just going to be able to provide barrier, keep that buffed up 4-6 alive, and really stop this swing dead in its tracks yet again.
I mean, and even coming out from, even before that buff, I mean, the only card that I can think of that you would be afraid of would be Sheepstone, and it's not active.
I actually didn't like this this Bright Steel. I think it should have gone on the 3-2 to stop the Gnar attack.
Oh, yeah, wait, no. Yeah, this would have been better than the 3-2.
Yeah, because now the Gnar is gonna, well, I guess now the Gnar doesn't level, but you lose your 3-2.
Yeah, and if the Gnar pulled the 5-7, it doesn't matter. Nothing pulling the 5-7 mattered. Or I guess it was, what, a 4-6?
Yeah.
Still never mattered what it was pulled. Infini would have had to damage it last turn.
Yeah,
so that actually matters a lot. A lot here.
Yeah, like the General was saying, the only card that threatens it there is a Shapestone, which just isn't active. Good of you to point that out, General. As far as Infinipatrons' chances to win this game goes, they're looking pretty good to me. He's got triple Gnar, which is never a bad thing. Has a way to level up the Gnar. Has the Papercraft Dragon in hand. Unfortunately, cannot do both this turn.
The Concerted Strike, I mean, very handy here. It's tough. Like with the Gnar on board, you're going to give him a cheaper Pokey Stick.
I think here you might go for a Concerted. Maybe you're saving it for the Papercraft, but
yeah, I mean, if they have to play another Gnar or I guess you could wait for them to commit the attack token.
Yeah, I think you're never playing the Concerted here so long as they have mana up for another Gnar.
That's fair.
Yeah.
This Gnar doing overtime work, giving double vulnerable. Or no, the Merciless Hunter gave the other one. Yeah. That makes sense.
I will say, him having 2 Wallops in hand is real nice.
Yeah, these are both Gnar's Wallop, I believe. They are indeed. So, these Gnar proving once again just how versatile of a champion he is. Not only great on offense and for just stall and cycle, but also a fantastic defensive option because when you draw him in multiples, he gives you access to a 3-mana fast speed stun. That deals 1 damage for some reason as well.
Yeah. I'm just curious though, like if you're breaking down the decks, is Gnar, are people just jamming Gnar just because he is a value monster, or is he just the legitimately best choice for these decks?
It's because he's a value monster.
Yeah, I think he literally makes any deck that he's put in better.
Yeah.
Pretty much virtually any deck. The transfer, there's just so many things in his kit, and that mana point, just too strong. We can dial some things back. Pokey Stick be fleeting. Quick attack on the level up. There's a lot that should be done probably.
Those statements aren't exclusive, General. They are together statements
true.
when it comes to Gnar. It's not like one or the other when it's Gnar. It's because he's a value engine that he just makes every deck that he's put into better, and therefore he is almost always the best choice. The decision that comes into your lineup building, right? Where do I want to put my Gnar to get the most value out of him while still having 2 other functioning decks?
Right.
And that was a good Concerted there, like you were talking about, Monty. Came down on the swing. Good to keep in mind, like we saw earlier, Infini is running 3 of Rite of Negation in this deck. Davebo probably has a pretty good read that there's no Rite of Negation right now. Feel like it would have been worth playing there.
Pantheon is leveled.
Oh, wow, that's fast.
If he wants to drop it on the next turn, he's got the option to drop the Pantheon, drop the Rally, or concerted. I mean, he's got a lot of options on this next turn. Having that barrier on the attack, I imagine we'll see the wallop, or even a pokey stick coming through as well.
Maybe both. Worth noting that Gnar will not level down because it's a new Gnar. He didn't see you start the round with the attack token. Very interesting level down condition for Gnar. Means that you can actually sometimes sack your own Gnar to play another one and maintain that mega form.
I will say, even if he drops the vault this turn, because we've got the Cataclysm in hand, he can still use that huge buffed Saga Seeker. Oh, and that is quick attack. Oh, that is a... And does he also have...
Lifesteal, Spell Shield, Quick Attack, Challenger, Elusive, Tough, Barrier.
No Scout. It's a low roll. No Scout. Cataclysm here looking pretty nasty. Rally looking pretty nasty. Panth looking a bit more dominant in this game than last game, for sure.
And I think what we're seeing is that the games that can effectively remove your units, or whether that's through a vengeance or through early aggression, forcing you to block, really do well against get those low to the ground aggressive decks, or even the top end control that can just vengeance you, really can put a damper on the Pantheon game plan.
Yeah, it seems like Pantheon is kind of designed to feed on everything else in the meta. It's really strong into Scouts, which is a good deck. I think it's probably good into Sivir as well. And obviously we're seeing it do very well into Akshan Gnar here, which just doesn't have an answer for it at this point. Akshan Gnar does always have the out of the Papercraft, but if you're able to stop that with, combat spells, then it's going to be tough. So Pantheon just kind of wrecking the other mid-range options right now, and we're seeing that in full force this game.
I think Pantheon is just really just like, I am the biggest Demacia deck. Mm-hmm. If you shit on Demacia decks, I will probably lose. Yep. But if you are Demacia, I will kill you.
Yeah, I think that is very true. And this is actually looking really, really good for Davebo here. Has the Cataclysm available this turn to deal with the Gnar. Has the Rally available next turn to finish out the game. Open up the way for an open attack. This stun does nothing to a Cataclysm.
No.
And then
he'll be pushing 4-7 damage here without the stun. And then the Cataclysm just on the Saga Seeker.
And then this is Infinipatrons' last Gnar as well. Of course, two have been shuffled. One has been shuffled back into the deck now.
Now two.
Did we see two? No, the first one died, right?
Right. Yeah. So this is the first wall-up shuffle back in the deck, and I think you just Cataclysm here and trying to Cataclysm the Merciless Hunter, make him have a buff.
Yep, I like that line, and then it's gonna have to be the Absolver played just for a literal 1 health buff if that's the line that is taken.
Can also just take out the Gnar and then just look for the lethal with Pantheon next turn, which might be a little bit safer. Don't run any risk of dying to this double attack monster.
Oh.
This doesn't have impact.
I don't like that at all. And he doesn't have Scout. He's not activating anything. Why?
I think out of the two logical options, this is a third option that I wasn't considering. I think it was either 9/11 onto the 4/2 to kill, or it was onto the Gnar like Monty talked about. This third line that was taken actually does open us up to losing the game if literally just Rite of Negation is drawn. If Rite of Negation is drawn, Davebo loses the game. Not drawn, not punished, but... Oh, Hush being drawn is huge.
Yeah.
Maybe we could have taken that line if we'd already had Hush, but that was a potential massive throw there from Davebo's side.
Yeah. We have been going for quite a few hours now, so the fatigue definitely setting in. Not quite as long rounds as a normal tournament, and we are only, 10 people at the end of the day, but still, it is a weeknight. People worked all day, so not surprised to see fatigue setting in, little misplays happening here towards the end of the day. It does happen, as anybody who's played in a long tournament does know.
The thing that matters here, though, is having second Absolver in the leveled Gnar. You can put up enough damage, although just that blocker, you can re-up your Overwhelm, even though he hushes, because you've got the second Absolver. It's just a question of, are you going to have enough damage to get through the Great Wall of Pantheon?
That's an excellent point, General, and we'll find out in just a second here, because I can't imagine Davebo does anything other than fire off this Hush. At least to start.
I mean, and you have to block with the Pantheon, I would imagine.
You are looking pretty dead right now.
Yeah. 22 damage is more than 20. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it naked. Safety block, man.
Always safety block. Always safety block. Not that I think it would actually matter in this situation. Pretty sure you're dying through the safety block anyways.
Yeah, because it's 4.
Yeah, because the Absolver gives 8 damage, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that is just, hoping your opponent's handful of cards doesn't contain one of 3.
They know they can die.
Yep. Yeah, everybody makes misplays. I've made probably 1 in the total time I've played Runeterra. But it happens. But Dave, still taking the win home there. The rest of that game was played very cleanly. And we are getting a Game 3 for this final, which is very exciting. What decks are we looking at here? It looks like we're going to be seeing Akshan Gnar being played into the Tristana Yia Rally, and a very strong opening hand here from Infinipatrons.
Yeah, this is definitely what you want to be seeing. Inventive Chemist plus Gnar, Akshan for turn 2, and a GeneralSchwartz to be able to start ticking that countdown. This is perfect from Infini. Let's see what Davebo has to offer coming out of the Tristana Gnar deck. Maybe a Broadwing.
He got his grandfather Fae. He elected to keep the Vandal City Mare again, so maybe he just knows something I don't. But he's also got Loping and Blastcone Seedling.
I'm going to start a Grandfather Fae fan club that meets every week, and we're just going to make songs and poems and art about the card. That's how much I love it. Don't think you're blocking anything here. You want to get those buffs going. A lot of Faes in hand. This is where we would definitely rather have the Lantern in our hand as opposed to the Mayor. Not going to be able to make use of that 1 discount as much. I don't like this block. We have Yia in hand, and it is almost activated, so we probably want to go 6 wide as fast as we can.
You could drop Mare and play Outcap this turn, and then drop Telescope for 1 next turn.
Telescope again. Yeah, you may be able to go 6 wide anyways.
Do you take another Telescope here?
What
were the options?
You had Cavalier, and you also had Porosled.
I might have taken Porosled.
I was honestly almost thinking about taking Cavalier just to activate Yordle's Gnar.
How much is it? That's a 4 cost, or no?
And he's already played Ionium, so if he would have dropped the Cavalier, it would have at least put him at 3 and given him the opportunity to draw into his 4th.
I mean, we
don't know if we want to be playing Trist here either, because we're opening ourselves up to Merciless Hunter lines. I mean, we're going to take the swing, though, I guess, for free, so maybe it's fine.
Trist is gonna grant herself vulnerable because of this Gnar as well.
Yeah, I think this is like why I want to play her more safely. Usually, it's a key finishing piece that now we're, in all likelihood, going to be losing this turn.
I mean, and just for free too.
Yeah, that Gnar was like moderately telegraphed. It's hard to say whether or not they actually have it, but when they play the Inventive Chemist then into a 2/1 that was in the hand at the same time, it telegraphs it a little bit more. And it's these little things that you can be looking for, and you can figure this out by watching what your opponent mulligans for. The game now shows you what cards they kept, as well as paying attention to when they play what cards out of their hands. You just have to be attentive to figure it out.
I mean, this is really tough because I think that you're losing your Mare, you're losing your Tristana. I mean, your Blast Cone, I mean, saves you a little bit of damage, but you're losing a lot of important pieces here. I mean, and at best, you're trading spells.
Yeah, you're trading down in mana.
And you were also accelerating Akshan's level up.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you use the Absolver if you're Infinipatrons here?
Let's see, we're threatening 1 damage. Yeah, I mean, make them spend actual mana to refill their board, make it more expensive for them to actually set up a good Yordles and Arms.
Mm-hmm.
Is Yordles and Arms active?
It is active now.
Yeah, we played way too many spells this turn. Like, we needed to go 6 wide again this turn, or have spell mana banked for next turn. And, I mean, hitting that Serpent is great, but we're still actually going to be 1 unit short of where we want to be. I didn't like playing both the Sharp Sight and the Resolve there.
Yeah, and because you could have had another Telescope. Or you could have played Dog.
Doesn't matter. Yep. Either one.
I mean, and the thing that sucks is, even here, if you Yordles and Arms. Okay, so maybe I'm crazy.
We may want to save this to rally.
Yeah.
To rally.
Yeah. Oh, the Rite of Negation here. Was that top decked?
It was indeed.
Brutal top deck.
Finds what he needs to secure his commanding position in this game. Davebo's still going to be able to swing in if he chooses, but it's not looking too hot at this point.
Yeah, I guess you're swinging in with the 2 3s, but you don't have refill in hand. The deny is rough. I think with that, it might have just tilted the game in Infinity's patron's favor regardless, but we could have been saving that for a rally. Could have had an extra unit on board this turn. I think there were some other lines that we could have taken to maximize our win potential.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you, Sqweebs. It just felt like with the top deck rally, we maybe wanted to be saving that Yordles and Arms for a bigger swing turn.
It's nice to jam it when you... Let's say Infinipatrons is like on 10 HP here. Then it feels pretty good to jam it. But with such a high HP total, the only way you're realistically getting through is by getting that double dip rally effect, or just by really thinning out Infinipatrons' board. So
the other problem is here with 2 decently high attack quick attack units and your low attack, low health, you either just going to take this to the face, or they're just clearing your board for free.
Yeah, and as you said, General, the board is going to get cleared for free here, and no longer has the refill. Well, maybe does.
With that Mare and Telescope, so you can get a little bit, but without the threat of Yordles and Arms, I think that Infinipatrons is in a commanding position here.
Pokey Stick going to take out the Telescope. Flame Spitter is a pickup. Not the best one, but going to allow some damage to be pushed, especially alongside this Papercraft Dragon. Fortunately, doesn't have the attack token for 1 more rotation. And Davebo here actually finds a pretty good drop there in the Tenor of Terror. Teemo, of course, is well going to allow him to set up an elusive unit. Might come in clutch.
We probably want to be banking up to 9 mana next turn. I don't think we can play another unit. We just play the Teemo for free next turn, and if we draw a Yordles in Arms, we can win the game. If we don't draw Yordles in Arms, it's gonna be a bit rough. But I would not play the Teemo here for that reason. Davebo realizing that, banking the...
Oh my god, and he finds it, Sqweeby!
Let's go.
Did you give the People's Champ the caster blessing he needed to win the game?
I miscounted the mana a little bit. You could have played Teemo last turn, but it's fine to bank 2 here. And, damn, we really wish we could have played Tenor of Terror this turn and just gone a little wider. Teemo gonna be fine.
You don't actually need to rally this turn. You can use the Yordles in Arms to shove down the board and then use the rally on the next turn when there's no responses from Infini.
That's fair, but we are opening ourselves up to like a Paper Dragon open lethal potentially.
I think he has to block down. No, I think you're right. I think this does.
Teemo with Yordles in Arms rally would have been enough.
Like Yordles and Arms rally would have. I mean, because you've got 5 damage coming off from Teemo guaranteed. Plus 2,
that's 10 right there.
Like he should have hit Yordles and Arms and rallied.
This might actually still be fine, like Monty's saying. Like, everything is going to have to trade down. It may be okay. It's really just comes down to if Rune Runner is able to stay alive or not.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to do the math. We'll see in 1 second.
Come on,
I don't think so. Yes, there's 1 unit under 5 attack, right? The 1/3. So the Rune Runner can block the 1/3, and then I don't know if you can still survive while doing that.
I mean, they're all going to end up, 5 damage or more. Because it's all...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Papercraft just coming down as a blocker here. And then...
you take... And, yeah, if you rally next turn, like...
You just win, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can open Papercraft. You open Rally, and then they swing.
Yep.
So, Infini wins.
You don't have enough beef to... I mean, maybe you get a top deck pokey stick.
Do have some outs here.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
Wait, what?
Infini deciding he doesn't want to die, I guess.
Wait. Oh, wait, is that lethal being presented or no?
We were at 1-1.
It doesn't want to die to a shroom, but... No, you gotta play to win, I think.
I agree, Squeebs. First shuffling of shrooms, only 3 Pokesticks in the deck, and I think we've already seen one.
And one card, if we've been counting, is off of Telescope. How do we win from this position? We're gonna get... Oh my god, we drew a Rune Runner, but we can't... We don't have enough mana to be able to play the Papercraft onto it.
But he made the correct decision. He made the correct decision.
He would have drawn a shroom and lost.
And the Pokestick was top decked by Davebo.
What an insane turn of events.
I mean, once again, it is like 5 out of 25 cards. He's Pokesticking his own? Oh, no, never mind. I'm insane.
Wow.
Davebo
finding like the perfect sequence of cards to bail him out of this game, and unless there is a miracle disconnect from the heavens right now, it looks like Davebo will be taking down the 3rd Mastering Runeterra Championship $100 daily that they've participated in recently. That's like 3 in a row almost. Wow,
that's wild. He's obviously doing something right. I mean, like you were saying earlier, just the combo from the Nar Akshan, Papercraft, he had the hand that he wanted to start, and just the Fey pile just puts out too much value. I mean, that Yordles and Arms, obviously having to draw the second because you were able to die in the first, just ruins your whole game plan.
Yeah, this was just such a spectacle from Davebo. Really pulling it back right at the end here, finding his victory with the Teemo, put on a show, said, I can set you to 1, and then actually drew the damage. Well, Infinipatrons correctly identifying that he couldn't afford to go to 1, showing us that he made the correct decision by both the fact that he drew the Shroom and Davebo top decked the Pokestick. You couldn't have asked for a better finish to this Wednesday night tournament.
Oh man, it was just a wild ride all the way through. It just, hats off to Infinipatrons to take that early loss and make it all the way back to the finals. Tough to lose to the same lineup twice, but.
Yeah, the power of the Tristana Yordles and Arms rally deck is just being put on full display yet again, taking down just so many games that we've seen it played in today. Infini just going to be coming up a few damage short, most likely. We can get a double draw discount here. Maybe something can be found. Giving vulnerable instead.
9.
Wait, a 0 cost. Oh, so close.
It's not over yet. We can't play the unit because we die, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're like 1 action too short on Infinipatron's side, playing the Ruin Runner.
That's 2 damage off of the Tenor and the Base of Burden. You have to block that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're just dead.
We're always pushing 3 here. The 3-1 forces a block.
And you have to block the 3-1, so you lose the one that you just played.
Oh.
Exactly. If that Shroom if he hadn't drawn that one Shroom.
Wow.
Wow.
Absolute nail biter there on that final game. GG's to both players. It could have gone either way.
That was something else. That was wow. I'm so glad I got to cast that alongside you gentlemen. That was quite the sight to see, and that was a great way to round out the end of the night. Congratulations to Davebo for taking it home again. He's really crushing it. Do you gentlemen want to get Davebo on for another winner's interview?
I want nothing more.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Did he unfriend me? He did. I need to get him to re-add me. So that way we can get this friend request on again. I'm sure he'll figure that out in a second here. But while we're waiting for Davebo to accept that friend request, he's figured it out. There we go. We'll get him on.
Well, I was gonna say, what's crazy is that last game really mirrored the first round with Infinipatrons and Davebo.
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome, Davebo. Congratulations again. Welcome to your second winner's interview.
Second winner's interview. Oh my gosh.
That was quite the final set. That final game. Oh man.
Yeah, top decking that second Yordle in Arms was really clutch, and it was a little dicey on Patron's side whether he wanted to go to 1 and die to the Shroom.
Yeah.
And he did draw the Shroom, so if he had gone to 1, he would have died. But oh man, I don't know. It was really close.
And you top decked the Pokestick there too. You should go back and watch that VOD. It was a fun one. It was really dicey. We made a lot of fun calls. Sqweeby actually called you top decking that Yordles and Arms. It was kind of insane.
The game was probably lost on your side if you didn't draw that.
100%. I think that turn I needed it, or else it was just over.
Yeah.
Infini also trading off the Ruin Runner just to not go to 1, and then drawing the Ruin Runner, which is literally the only card that would have given him an out had you not had Rally. So crazy luck there on both sides.
It was a crazy game. That was a really good set. I think all the games were pretty exciting.
So, Davebo, how do you keep finding yourself back here in the winner's circle of these tournaments. What is going into this success that you're finding?
I've got only one secret. And that secret is Jace Lux. It's too good. It's just the best deck.
Did it drop a game today?
I think it might have dropped one. I think it dropped one, if I recall correctly. But it definitely was pretty strong. And Infini respecting it in the finals and banning it. He didn't ban it. We've matched up earlier in the tournament, and he did not ban it that time. But in the finals, he decided, I can't deal with this. It's too powerful. But yeah.
Yeah, we actually caught that round 1 game as well, I think. Jace Lux, obviously, we talked a little bit about it the last time you were up here for a winner's interview, but it kind of does okay into those Swarm decks, a little bit better than some of the other Demacia stuff, because one, it's a little bit bigger, but also it has that PNC removal, of course. Do you think that's true? Do you feel comfortable playing into those Swarm matchups? Are you worried at all?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the only matchup in the meta right now that really worries me with Jace Lux is Pantheon. And so the fact that I can take it to a tournament and ban it just makes me feel pretty comfortable bringing in my lineup. I think the Tristana decks, I mean, it's not a free win, right? I think it's pretty close to even. But I think it's generally pretty good into that matchup. I think it really is good into Scouts. It's good into Darkness, which is also common around.
Yep.
So I just feel like it has a really good matchup spread that you can build a line around, and then you just have to ban Pantheon. And so I'm doing the ban it and bring it strategy. Ban Pantheon and bring Pantheon. I think it's just a really strong deck, and you can bring a match lineup to target it, but then I feel like you're not good into other stuff. So I feel like you're kind of caught in a pickle.
Yeah, the meta... Go ahead, General.
So sorry, Monty. I'm really curious. We watched a fair amount of Pantheon today, and it just seems like the deck can brick so
That happened to be one game. I'm not sure if y'all are watching, but I just had a Oops All Spells hand.
Yep.
Yeah, it turns me off of wanting to bring the deck to tournament. I mean, you're winning with it and coming back consistently, but I'm wondering on your, from the player side, are you feeling like it's inconsistent? Are you happy with how it's performing?
I mean, I feel like I've won 3 of these tournaments with bringing it every time, so I can't complain too much about it. I do agree. I mean, it definitely can just brick out, and you can just, literally, you just draw Oops All Spells, and you don't draw any faded units, and then that's kind of game over. I think, was it in the finals? I made a big misplay against Darkness. Yeah, it was in the finals in that first matchup, where I played a White Flame into Ruination. I think that, I'm not sure if I would have came back anyways if I did that, but that was a big misplay. But I don't know. I think the deck's just really strong right now. I feel like it's incredibly powerful. The addition of Yuumi just gives that deck some nut draws where you just whoops, I played Saga Seeker into Yuumi, and you can't deal with it. I think I did that again a few times this tournament, right? And it's just, you win the game off that single line.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how quickly a Saga Seeker can take over the game the moment a Yuumi slap down onto it. I was going to say that we were talking a little bit at the start of the broadcast about how we kind of felt the tournament meta was. I personally feel that it is in not the best spot right now. I think it's a little bit too dominated by Demacia. Sqweeby said he thinks he feels it okay, and the General, if I remember correctly, also said he feels it's kind of rock paper scissory. How are you feeling about the current tournament scene, Davebo? Do you agree with us? Do you have differing opinions than one of us? It's kind of hard to differ with all of us, but clearly since we're all on a bit of a different page here. But
yeah. I think I don't think it's that rock paper scissorsy. I feel like a lot of the matchups that I played today were pretty close to 50-50 matchups, right? I think Pantheon into Face Swarm, right? I think that's pretty close to 50-50. I think Jace Lux into a lot of stuff, honestly, as much as I hype up the deck, I think it's fairly close to 50-50, right? And I think there's a lot of skill diff matchups. I think the one thing is Demacia is just kind of like a lineup that's really strong, and then you're kind of in a, do I try to join it or beat it? And I feel like there was a lot of Demacia in this tournament, so maybe that's why I felt I had a lot of 50-50 matchups, just because everyone was on Demacia, and so those are all 50-50. So I do agree with the comment of it's very Demacia heavy. I don't mind Demacia. I am not on the Demacia hate train, as I know a lot of people are. I mean, I do agree it's a very powerful region right now. Petricite Broadwing has really put in a lot of work. But I don't mind the meta. I like it more than the Ari Kennen meta. I don't like Ionia decks. I'm on the Ionia hate train. I know a lot. That's a hot take. Maybe.
No, we're on the same train. Choo-choo to Ionia hate town. I'm down with that.
So I much prefer this meta than last season. I felt like Ari Kennen, I was forced to play Ari Kennen. or target it, or ban it, right? And this season, I feel like I can play decks I enjoy a lot more. I feel like Jace Lux is stronger now than it was last season, so maybe I'm partial in that respect too.
All right. And, gentlemen, do you guys have any questions for the People's Champion, Davebo?
Are there any decks that you've been testing that like almost made the lineup? What are some other things you're looking at, like potentially maybe including in the future? Obviously, Jace Lux is a lock in the lineup, but are there other things you think are just on the precipice of competitive?
That's a good question. I feel like right now I'm kind of in the if it ain't broke, don't fix it mode. Just because I feel like I've been having a lot of success with this lineup, and so I have tweaked a couple cards. Like I added Petrocytes to my Tristana Fey deck. I've been modifying things a little bit, but the lineup's still the same, right? Same core decks. So I haven't really been playtesting that much else. I was playtesting a couple things with Infini a little bit ago, when it just on his stream I was kind of watching, and then last night I actually was streaming and I playtested an interesting Heimer Fearsome deck. Or not Heimer, sorry, Sentinels, Jace, and Elise Fearsome deck, and that was feeling pretty good. The problem is if I bring that deck, I have to take the best deck out of my lineup, so I don't know if I really want to put that in. But it's a fun deck. But yeah, I haven't been playtesting much with an eye on the competitive scene recently.
I caught you say you're streaming there?
Yeah. I've only streamed 3 times, so I'm not that big yet. Although last night was my biggest stream by far. I got 2 raids, so it was doing pretty well.
Hype!
You should plug it here in the winner's interview. If there's ever a time to do it, now is the time. So we'll plug that for you in the chat.
Twitch.tv/Davebo27. It's got a 27 on the end, just because I think I made an account with Davebo and then I forgot the password like 10 years ago, so it just has
You're just like me.
Let's go!
So yeah, it's twitch.tv/Davebo27, and yeah, I don't really have a consistent schedule. I've only streamed 3 times, but I'm probably gonna hop on at least a couple times a week. So yeah.
If you have half a mind to hop on now, I know it is late, but if you're keen for it, I can drop you a raid.
That would be cool.
Because I think I'm about ready to wrap this up, so I have no more questions for you. If you have any shoutouts you want to give, now is the time to do it. Of course, let me ask my other co-casters here. General, do you have any questions for Davebo before we wrap this up?
No, man. I think Sqweeby really kind of brought forward the questions I was looking at. Just want to congratulate you on your play. Obviously you can't be perfect every time, but if you're the winner, you're doing good enough. So congratulations on another win. Really enjoyed watching you play today.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, I've had a lot of fun. And thanks so much, casters, for casting this. And thanks, tournament organizers, Gregory the Grey and the whole Mastering Runeterra team, Jason Fleurant. I think all of them, I really appreciate everything they're doing for the community. I think it's really awesome. And I love having these tournaments, being able to play and get some competitive gaming in between seasonals, right? I feel like Riot Sponsored is kind of just every 3 or 4 months or whatever. So it's a lot of fun. I really appreciate it.
Well, we're really happy to put them on for you and everybody else who came out to participate. I have had a blast casting today. It's been an absolute pleasure to be joined by my good friend Sqweeby and by GeneralSchwartz, who really showed up today for his first cast. I want everybody in the chat to give him a huge shout out and just let him know how great of a job he did. And if you want to see him back, let us know that as well. He's more than welcome to come back as far as I'm concerned. But with that, I am going to sign off. That's me, MonteXristo. You guys know where to find me, twitch.tv/Monty_Cristo or twitter.com/MonteXristoLOR. Sqweeby, General, where can the people find you? And any other sign-offs you want to give?
You can catch me at GeneralSchwartz, LOR on Twitter. Maybe once in a while I'll throw something up on Twitch. Same tag, GeneralSchwartz, LOR. Look forward to hearing from you guys and, us memeing it up.
I'm on Twitter at Sqweeby, on YouTube at Sqweeby Gaming, and on Twitch at Sqweeby21. Had a blast today. Big shout out to Davebo again for the win. Thanks to Monty for having me on. Good to cast with you guys. I'll be playing on Sunday again, Out for Blood.
Yeah, absolute pleasure, gentlemen. And one last time before we go, Davebo, any last words for the people?
I don't have any. Thanks, everyone, for putting this tournament on again. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you all very much for joining us. That's going to be it from us tonight. We will see you next time, and maybe we'll find somebody to toss a raid over to, but we'll let the